Good morning, councillors and all those who are present in the chamber and those watching online. I'd like to declare the meeting open at 9:33am on Wednesday the 12th of November 2025. I'd like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I also would like to pay my respects to the elders past and present and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present. I'd like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I'd also ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors and to your left if you're down the back of the room, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. Councillors and those in the community members who are in the chamber and watching live by live stream, I'd like to make note that due to the adoption of updated standing orders at the last general meeting of council, there was a change in the order of business, which is demonstrated in today's agenda. You may note that some bookmarks did not carry through to the public agenda. This is an administrative only issue, and rest assured that technical issues will be resolved for the minutes of this meeting and in future general meeting agendas and minutes. All members of the public present at a meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of the requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. Move on to agenda item number 2, which is a leave of absence, and I've not been advised of any leave of absence for today. I would like to remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligent boards. This must be completed before the meeting concludes. We move to agenda item number 3, which is the devotional segment, and I'd like to invite Pastor Sharon Rasmussen from Harvest City Church to lead council in a brief devotional segment.
Thank you, Mayor. It's always an honour and a privilege to be here and just to serve our city in this capacity. My husband and I pastor Harvest City Church, currently meeting at a state school at Alex Hills, and it's just wonderful. We again just see an example of the city coming together and supporting each other, and what the school has done for us and what we are in turn able to do for the school is it's fun, has its challenges, but we all get through it, as I'm sure you all know the challenges here as you sit at these tables. I'm sure there are many, but we all get through it. There was just one verse that was swimming around in my head last night as I tossed and turned sleeplessly in anticipation of this morning. And, as I just think I can't even remember the address, whereabouts in the Bible it is, but it does say that the fruits of the Spirit of God are this, are love and joy. And someone was bouncing around outside, I don't know who it was, earlier, just saying that they had so much joy, and it was just lovely to hear. Love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness and self-control. And they're just beautiful things. It can be so easy to be frustrated. It can be so easy to be uptight and angry. I've got twin 11-year-old boys, so I can get uptight myself quite regularly, actually, particularly lately. And pastoring a church, because you invest so much in people's lives and you want to see the very best in people's lives. And I know you serving the city in your capacity, you want to see the very best for your areas and for this city, and we all love this city. But if we can just tap into those things, love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness and self-control, and those things only come from the Lord. And he's there, he sees us all, he sees you all, He wants to help us all get through these things as hard times. I believe there's hard times coming ahead, harder than what we've experienced, but He is faithful. Amen. I'd just like to close in prayer. Just speak a blessing over you all today. Lord, we just thank you for who you are. We thank you that you are the first one that was faithful. We thank you, Jesus, for everything that you've done on that cross for us. And I just bless your name in this building right now in Jesus' name. I speak a blessing over this meeting, and may it operate in those fruits of the Spirit this morning, and let your Spirit just come and be a witness and a party to every word that is spoken. And just speak a blessing again over this city. We thank you for the Redlands, such a great city with great people in it. And so, Lord, we thank you again for who you are in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we move on to condolences, and Councillor Bishop, I believe you have an acknowledgement.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Last month I was advised by a Redland City Council officer that Dante Ballerino had passed away. Earlier that day, a member of the Camp Hill Men's Shed, which Dante co-founded, had visited the former US Army radio station at Birkdale to share the news with officers, knowing how deeply connected Dante was to this site and its history. As one of two Birkdale State School boys who happened to be inside that top secret facility on the day the news arrived of Japanese surrender, Dante preserved a rare and personal link to a defining moment in our world history. Through his memories and oral history records, we understand what life in Birkdale was like during the American occupation, a time when our quiet farming community became part of a global effort that helped to reshape our modern world. Born on the 30th of May in 1934, Dante and his parents emigrated from Italy in the late 1930s. They first settled in far north Queensland, but the heat was too much for his mother, and around 1940, Dante's father bought an unwanted property known as the Nutgrass Farm on Birkdale Road, opposite what's now Birkdale Aquatic Paradise. Yet his father grew award-winning grapes, selling them at markets in Brisbane and Sydney, so the nutgrass didn't bother him. Dante attended Birkdale State School, barefoot like many children of the time, and he vividly recalled the early war years, watching authorities early one morning taking a neighbour's Italian father away in the back of a caged utility truck. His own father had his bag packed, but the ute just drove past their gate. When Japan entered the war, everything changed. Dante remembered the air raid drills, learning how to extinguish fires with sand and water pumps that were stored on the school's veranda, and watching US Army half-tracks loaded with ammunition rumbling up toward Wellington Point Camp. He said the night skies were often lit up with spotlights, tracking planes, and the wail of air raid sirens were part of daily life. Later, General Douglas MacArthur encouraged the release of those interned Italians, recognising their contribution as hard-working farmers. The Ballerino's neighbour, Mr. Zalatel, was returned home, and his farm soon was commissioned to supply food exclusively for the troops for the rest of the war. With thousands of Americans stationed at Capalaba and Wellington Point, many local families, including the Ballerinos, were asked to serve meals to soldiers at night time. Dante's mother was a wonderful Italian cook and his father made fine wine, so their home became a familiar stop for many of the servicemen who were Italian. Dante's closest friend, Huey Cotton, and through that friendship, and because he was known to the soldiers, both these boys gained rare access to the US Army radio site at Birkdale, a place that was strictly off limits to civilians. He has repeatedly told the story of being there with Huey the day the message of Japan's surrender arrived. The two young boys ran to share the news with Mr. Cotton that the war was over, and they celebrated, rippling up the streets all the way toward the Wellington Point Hotel. Dante's memory of that day and of the general wartime life in Birkdale are now treasured parts of this city's heritage. His accounts were featured prominently in the 80th anniversary of VP Day commemorations at Birkdale State School, helping us to understand not just the history, but the human stories behind it. Dante built his home on the family farm, I think it's 247 Birkdale Road, a house that still stands there today. Fondly known as the Italian Prince, he and friends used to race the local train on horseback from Thornside to Birkdale. He'd ride up to Mount Cotton to order fence posts for his dad, and later he'd ride his motorbike into the city at breakneck speed to sell automobiles, which was his main career. And though he later moved to Camp Hill, his heart always remained in Birkdale. Dante's family story is recorded in Carl Safigna's 2014 book, Half a World Away, Italians in the Redlands, and in the 75th and centenary histories of Birkdale State School's Rohana. He was a member of the Birkdale Thornside Community History Project, and he's been filmed by council, documenting his childhood memories of that Birkdale site, a place where his spirit and his stories will live on forever. It's because of Dante that Redlands has retained these deeply personal recollections of such a transformative time in our region's history. His words, his memories, and his many generous contributions form a bridge between past and present, and between Italy and Australia. It's a living gift to future generations. Dante is survived by his beloved second wife, Daphne, and several grandchildren. He passed away on the 1st of October 2025, and it was an honour to attend his private family funeral on behalf of the Redlands community. Thanks to officers for letting me know. Vale, Dante, Adolfo Ballerino, and thank you sincerely for the memories.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bishop. Moving on to agenda item number 4, recognition of achievement. Do we have any councillors who would like to present a recognition of achievement? Agenda item number 5, which is receipt and confirmation of the minutes. I have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. And this is to confirm the general minutes of the general meeting held on the 15th of October 2025 be confirmed. Are there any comments on the correctness of the minutes? No? Would you like to say anything in relation to them, Councillor Mitchell? All right. Now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. It's carried unanimously. Agenda item number 6, which is public participation, and I've not been advised of any public participation for this month. Agenda item number 6, which is petitions and presentations, and we have 2 petitions on the agenda today. Councillor Mitchell, the first one relates to you, 7.1, request for an extension of the path at Redland City for Women Cottage. If you'd like to move the motion for this petition.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition from residents requesting extension of the path at Redland Centre for Women Cottage. The petition reads, we respectfully request that the relevant authorities extend the existing path in front of the Redland Centre for Women Cottage so that it reaches the gutter, and that a ramp be included to provide safe and easy access to the road. This improvement will enhance accessibility for all visitors, improve safety by reducing trip hazards and providing a smoother transition from the path to the roadway. We want to avoid another serious accident like the one which occurred recently, where a member ended up in hospital with concussion. Support the Centre's ongoing work to provide an inclusive and welcoming environment. We urge the responsible decision makers to prioritise this request for the benefit of all community members. I move that the petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bishop. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. 7.2, petition to be presented by Councillor Paul Bishop, request council to withdraw support for the Birkdale Olympic Whitewater Centre and prioritise, I guess, a new public swimming pool.
Thank you. Yes, this councillor wording is petition from residents requesting council to withdraw support for the Birkdale Olympic Whitewater Centre and prioritise a new public swimming pool. Request that council urgently resolve to advise the Queensland State Government that the Queensland City withdraws its offer of land in the Birkdale Community Precinct for the building of the 2032 Olympic Whitewater Centre and that Council resolve to make its priority the urgent planning and provision of a new Olympic standard 50-metre public swimming pool to service the long-standing unmet needs of the people of the Redlands. And the administrative wording is that the petition C is of an operational nature and to be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Is there a seconder for the petition? Councillor Rendels. Put the motion. Thank you. Carried unanimously. I've not been advised of any presentations. So we move to agenda item number 8, which is the order of business. So I understand Councillor Mackenzie, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that alter the order of business to move item number 15.2, the Redlands Coast Eco Precinct Planning Update and Delivery, to the last order of business before confidential, so after item number 19. There are confidential attachments with that report that councillors may wish to discuss, so moving it towards the end of the public agenda allows that opportunity without disrupting the flow of the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bishop, I think you had your hand up first. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendels, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Golay. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item 9, which is matters outstanding from previous general meetings. The CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from previous general meetings. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. In relation to matters outstanding from the previous general meeting, item 9.1 is the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. This is a work in progress and a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.2, Birkdale Community Precinct, a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.3, benchmarking with Northern Queensland Councils on vegetation policies. A report addressing this matter is listed at 16.1 of today's agenda. Item 9.4, Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project Update. A report addressing this matter will be brought to a future meeting of Council. And item 9.5, the Indoor Sports Facilities Planning. A report will be brought to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.6, the Notice of Motion Clearing of Watercourses of Flood Debris to Mitigate Flood Risks. You may want to consider this report, Mayor, as part of this meeting agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. Could you give some more advice in relation to... Okay, so we've got a outstanding matter here. Notice of motion, clearing of waterways of flood debris to mitigate flood risks, listed at 6.9 as the CEO, sorry, 9.6 as the CEO just mentioned. Be removed from the table. Is this a... Be removed from the table, discussed directly after item 16.1. Sorry, could I just get some background on this one?
Just read this bit here. So at the last meeting, it was...
Okay.
Yeah, and to come back today, so just see.
All right. So at the general meeting on the 15th of October 2025, item 18.3 refers, Council resolved as follows, that the item lie on the table until the general meeting of 12th of November 2025. Okay, so does anyone else have any knowledge around this one? No? Councillor Rendells.
Perhaps if Councillor Bishop asks this question, and I may address it in my response.
Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. Mine was just a process question. We hadn't previously discussed this. I am aware we did a workshop, but we hadn't spoken about standing orders. I was just wondering, in order of business, whether there's something we need to know further about this information. Is there a motion for us to do something to reconcile 9.6 and bring it to conclusion? I just don't have any awareness of an action. I just want to get a process check, if we could, on how we manage this. That's all. Would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Because the resolution was that it lay on the table until this meeting, a councillor can move a motion today to bring it to the meeting, at which point the councillors can decide whether they want to discuss that item today, or you can choose to lie it back on the table again. But because the resolution said to bring it back to a meeting today, procedurally, we should move a motion to bring it off the table, and then you can decide whether to debate it or to simply put it back on the table and defer it to a future meeting.
If I may, a further question. We have had some information at a workshop, but I'm not quite sure if any of that material is for public consumption, so I'm just a little bit uncertain about that. Happy to hear from the Divisional Council if he knows more, but it just hasn't been discussion, that's all.
Sorry, I've a little more to add. That the motion was originally brought asking that council officers prepare a strategy for the addressing flooding and drainage on 3 watercourses. My understanding, and as was pointed out at the workshops, there is some work already progressing in that regard. So I think the issue before council when it comes back is, are we happy as it's kicking along now, or do we want to set a date for a plan, because the residents want some surety of what's being planned for those areas.
So I'm just reading. We can, as has just been said, we can bring it. Or we need to actually bring it back then. If it's it has to be brought back today. It can then lie on the table. We can lay it further on the table. So we've got a date by the look of it. It's noted that the original motion was requesting a schedule of works for clearing watercourses, and that a report be brought back to the general meeting of council scheduled for the 10th of December 2025. So there is a date actually in there already. So that being the case, I guess, do I have a mover and seconder to take it off the table? So it's on. It was. Looks like it was. Thank you. Looks like it was an item that we lay on the table. So now we need to bring it off the table and make a determination of, I guess, hold it over and possibly hold it over until the December meeting.
If I may comment through you, Mayor, that the issue was pretty straightforward. 3 watercourses, a strategy for clearing them. Can we do it? Can we not? The motion came at the last meeting. The last meeting was very full, and I think the decision was made to lay it on the table so we could consider it. So I think it should come back for a consideration of, you know, whether we require a plan to address the issues, and whether we want to revise the time frame for that plan. So I think the motion does need.
So essentially, we can't discuss it until we bring it off the table. So if we bring it off the table first, maybe, and then we go from there. So Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Rendells. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously.
segment where it originally was. We might have to just redo that motion to include when we're going to discuss the item.
Okay, so, all right, I've just been advised, so we might have to list when we're going to discuss it. So, yeah,
It's off the table now, so it doesn't matter.
19. So it can be discussed. So we've got 19.1, tree management practices to mitigate impacts of weather events. So we could discuss it at 16. Sorry, that was 16.1. So we could discuss it at 16.2. Yeah. Directly after that. So we move to list this item at 16.2 for further discussion. Moved by Councillor Baglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right. So, item number 10, which is declaration of prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. Potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise a conflict of interest? No? Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 11, which is the mayoral minute, which was circulated at about 3 p.m. yesterday. We have paper copies here if anyone would like a copy. You got a copy? So it's not up on the screen, so it's the usual practice for me to read it out. Thank you. So I'll just read this out. It's not up, it's being put up on the screen now. So that in accordance with section 6.9 of Council meeting standing orders, I intend to move the following motion at the general meeting scheduled today. Motion that Council resolves as follows. Point number 1, to endorse the commissioning of an internal audit of the Redlands Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct Heineman Road project to be completed by the 20th of February 2026. To request that the internal audit examines the governance framework, procurement and project management processes, financial oversight and alignment with approved scope and community expectations. Directs that the findings of the internal audit be reported to Council and made publicly available, subject to confidentiality and commercial in confidence considerations.
Just say I've moved the motion.
So I'm moving that motion, and now I'll read or go through the reasoning and the background. So the background, as stated in the circulated document, is that the Redlands Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct at Heineman Road represents a significant intergenerational infrastructure investment undertaken by Redland City Council. The project is designed to provide a world-class sporting and recreational hub to meet the current and future needs of our growing community. Given its scale, complexity and strategic importance, it is essential that this project is delivered with the highest standards of governance, transparency and financial stewardship. The community rightly expects that major public investments are managed with integrity and that all aspects from planning and procurement to delivery are transparent, accountable and aligned with Council's long-term sustainability goals. Council has received community and stakeholder interest in undertaking the processes and the processes and decisions underpinning this project to maintain public confidence and ensure our community can be assured of the project's integrity. An audit is both timely and appropriate. This audit would build on Council's internal controls by providing an objective assessment of the, so that's a typo. an internal and objective assessment of the project's governance, procurement and expenditure practices. Importantly, it will support continuous improvement and inform how council manages large-scale multi-phase projects into the future. There's key milestones for the project included, and these are just some of the dates. So the project started around May 2017 when council voted unanimously to purchase the Heinemann Road property, understanding there would have been done prior to that date. In 2019 to 2020, master planning was undertaken, incorporating expert input and community consultation. In 2022, Stage 1 contract was signed. In 2023, council adopted a revised master plan, ensuring most of the site remained as natural area. 2024, council officers withdrew from Stage 1 contract and council endorsed a significant contracting plan for stage delivery, including road upgrades. In 2025, project delivery had been delayed pending environmental approvals, with council continuing to advocate for timely and cost-effective delivery. Resolution 2025/241 for the project to revert to the previously adopted master plan dated 13th of May 2020, and Resolution 2020/127. The key messages around this are that the Redlands Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct is a significant intergenerational investment that will shape the social and recreational landscape of our city for decades. Council has a responsibility to ensure that the project's governance, financial management and delivery processes are beyond reproach. An audit and reinforces Council's commitment to transparency, accountability and public confidence in how major projects are governed and delivered, and the audit will provide assurance on key aspects including financial controls, probity, procurement and project governance arrangements. Findings will help strengthen Council's project management capability and set a benchmark for future infrastructure projects across the Redlands. Undertaking an audit demonstrates proactive leadership and aligns with the community's expectations of good governance and prudent use of public funds. This initiative ensures the Redlands Coast community can have full confidence that this important intergenerational asset is being delivered responsibly, sustainably and transparently. And multi-year projects of this scale and complexity, I've been advised, usually have budget allocated for project assurance. So that is the document that has been circulated. And further to that information, I just wanted to say that I believe councillors should now have an understanding of the benefits of internal audits and how they can bring to council projects, what they can bring to council projects in terms of gaining an insight into project management, feasibility, determining the standard of governance applied, financial impacts, and it is also a very good mechanism for making improvements, as I said earlier, in project management and delivery. The Heinemann Road site, as I said, has a long and complex history beginning, as stated, in 2017. Some of the key dates are listed and we went through those. This is a motion about seeking a process of review, an audit of the project to date, and this has been a very long project with advised difficulties and a great deal of community interest. And I have been advised that an audit of this nature would take between 3 and 20 days. And as I said before, I have an understanding that projects of this size and timeframe generally have budget for project assurance built into their budget. So I now open this for debate. Councillor Endorse.
Mayor, I would like to move that this matter be set aside for later in the meeting for two main reasons. It's come to my understanding that following mayoral directions, you received advice in February and August on this project and other major projects. I've only just received copies of that now. I think it may be germane, and I'd like a chance to review that documentation before we enter into discussion. Other councillors may also like copies of the advice you received.
Okay, sorry, are you asking to lay this on the table?
Yes, until later in the meeting, just so we have a chance to look at the materials that were provided this morning.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Is there a particular place that you're wanting this to go, or are you just happy?
I think we move it to late in the meeting till after confidential. I'm happy to amend that to move it to just before confidential so that we can have a chance to look at it over lunch and also make a decision about whether components of it should be discussed in confidential.
Sorry, there's nothing confidential being discussed at the moment. Thank you. So we'll need a second. So as I understand it, so we're laying it on the table until a later date to be determined. Councillor Bishop?
Can I just ask, should it be, can I seek advice from officers, should it be after confidential or before confidential? I think it should be before confidential so that we can actually have time to refer and if we need to have a pause at that point, but I think we should not be putting this after confidential because it will bury it from public view. I don't think that's the point. If it is, so yeah, we haven't accepted it yet, but I think if we, so my request would be that it would be before confidential if it's moved.
All right, so if we lay this on the table until directly before item number 20, which is the confidential items.
That's fine for me. I accept that amendment.
All right, put the motion. Those in favour? Oh. It's procedural. Yep, sorry. I didn't ask for one. Yeah. So, those in favour? So, those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. Motion is lost. Councillor Talty.
At the appropriate interval, I have some questions, please, Mayor. I'm not sure whether you need to leave that till before or after debate. If I can ask some questions, please.
Yeah. So I think we'll leave questions until the end and then I'll go through the debate process. So, Speaker against. Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Chair. It's absolutely 100% your right to bring a mayoral minute. And I think there's a lot of questions around Heinemann Road, whether it proceeds or not, etc. My understanding, though, is that to take another course to do another audit, when it's my understanding that we have an audit committee that would be watching this anyway, and then even in the mayoral minute, it's actually listed out in date order what's been happening. I think the true question is Heinemann Road going to proceed, and why have we not taken steps as an organisation to actually at least turn it into something while we're waiting for the EPBC to utilise it and get costs back that have been expended on purchasing the property. Understanding that the state government had an involvement in this, they paid $150,000 to do a feasibility study to see whether the sports land stacked up. So I think and I sent an email out about this a couple of months ago, we could have events out there that council can start recouping funds with that don't require any EPBC, referrals or checks and balances. And essentially we've got a paddock sitting there that's costing us operationally. And realistically, I think the crux of this particular mayoral minute is to look at what's it going to cost into the future if we proceed on the current path. I think there's enough information out there at the moment for the public to see chronologically and dated there what's been going on. It really does come down to what has the audit committee been doing about this, what's their reflection, and there's already information available to the public to look at this. So I think we're going to be taking officers off other projects to do an internal audit to look at what exactly really, because it's already there, the history of it, it's come to a complete standstill. It's not going anywhere. So really it's what's the next steps in my mind. It's not about auditing the past because we've already got that history. It's what are we doing in the future so that we can actually utilise that piece of land. Otherwise, if it's not going to go ahead with anything, then we're either better off putting it on the market and getting our money back, right, or putting some other adventure type playground or adventure program in there so that residents can get bang for buck and council can start recouping some funds. If we keep looking backwards, looking for a trigger or whatever it is so we can get it out there in the media and all this sort of stuff, I think we're just wasting time. We're wasting officers' time and we're wasting money doing this. In my mind, a mayoral minute saying, councillors, I want your ideas to say what's next is probably more appropriate. So I can't support this at the moment. I understand your intent, Mayor, but we're just going backwards. We're constantly looking backwards instead of looking to the future. And this is an opportunity with Heinemann Road to start looking at other outcomes. There are large organisations out there like Qantas, etc., that look for offset planting areas for their carbon credits that we could be making money out of, and we're sitting here squabbling going, what happened in the past? When the reality is we should be looking at what's happening in the future. So I just think this is going to be a waste of time and money and officers' time, and I think we really need to be strategically planning. I'm tripping over my words here because this is actually quite emotional to me because I've got clubs waiting on an outcome, right? And the cold hard reality is that we made promises and commitments to committees and clubs that this was going to go ahead as a sporting area, and now we're looking backwards to see what happened, 8 years ago. Yeah. I can't support this as it stands. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Speaker 4, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate, Councillor Golay, your views. And I do note that elements of this are looking at what has happened. I think what's important to me, and I've got some questions that I'd like to just clarify a bit about where we go from here. But I think, councillors, we've all discussed that there's been a lot of conjecture and uncertainty about what's happening there, and much of that has been to do with other extenuating factors. There's been changes in various priorities of determination of land and land use and things like EPBC, and what we may have started out believing might have been questioned. A lot of things have changed along the way. I think what's useful about this, as we've all spoken about, is we need to get a point in time where we actually just revisit what is happening on that site. I think there is a bit of looking back to say, how did we get to this point? We know that we've got a shortage of sporting fields across the city, and we do need to move forward. So as it is proposed, to endorse the commissioning of an internal audit of the Redlands Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct to be completed by 20th of February. That's helpful timing for us. As you mentioned, there are stakeholders who are interested, and there are many sports across the city who are trying to work out what to do. I think it's important that we have a time attached to it. To request that the internal audit examines the governance framework, procurement and project management processes, financial oversight and alignment with approved scope and community expectations. I think that's understandable. What I'd like to do is to remove any speculation, gain clarity, define a pathway and then plan accordingly. And I think that's what we need as a moment in time to reset, as Councillor Golay, you've raised as well. And what I think we need to have mentioned in here, if I may, as comment, Mayor, is a forward-focused, re-clarification of what are our needs, not only for that site, but how that relates strategically across the city. And dot point 3 directs that the findings of the internal audit be reported to Council and made publicly available, importantly subject to confidentiality and commercial and confidence considerations, because if there are moments where things have changed across time, we need to make sure that we're not bringing the organisation into any challenging territory, when I think the intent from officers has always been, and councillors, has been to make the best of a challenging situation citywide, but also a challenging site I think it's appropriate that we actually do ask these questions. I would like to see a forward-focused recommitment to what are our, how we can plan accordingly going forward. What stakeholder certainty will do on this site is allow state, federal and council to also work with the stakeholders who are the sporting clubs, but there's also environmental considerations relating to that land, and that threshold's at the EPBC level. But where that land sits, if we need to rechange the zoning, we've had significantly larger plans for the size and scale of what we're going to deliver there. Where we're going to end up, we're going to have to revise at some point. So I think that this is, yes, it's looking back, but I think we need to use it as a point in time to look forward. That's why I would support that. That's my views at this point. And I probably have further questions, but wait for the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speaker against, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. We have a really strong internal and external audit committee teams that we have regular reports to our general meeting. The minutes of those audit meetings are then made public in the general meeting. I just feel that this is totally inappropriate and almost a little disrespectful to our audit committees, both the internal and the externals, via a mayoral minute. That's just how I feel on that point. But we recently had a deep dive with an internal audit into Judy Holt with the significant landfill remediation program. There was no report required to a general meeting, and there was no report made public to that internal audit, is my understanding. So I feel that we could be looking in, as we normally do, with our processes, internal and external audits, and just have due process as required. We do not need a mayoral minute. We do not need this to come back to a general meeting if that was the will of the audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Speaker 4, Councillor Baglari.
Bit deja vu for me, because I brought a notice of motion in March 23 for, that was when we were also having some challenges back there with the site. So I remember asking back then for finance and scope, and at that time there was a review done and a report was brought back to council. Since that time, you know, we've had scope changes, we've changing zonings down there. We've got a lot of challenges with this site, and we've also got a lot of expectations from various sporting clubs, you know, across our city in relation to what's going to happen there. I think having this report to go forward, we've got to know exactly where we're at and what's happened, what commitments and impacts would happen with any change. I think it's a brilliant site for something, but maybe we're not going to be able to deliver what we thought initially we were going to be able to deliver. I support this motion to get that information, get the evidence, get the facts, know where we are now, and then be able to go out and, like Councillor Golay said, he has got sporting clubs asking him, you know what's going on. I don't want to see the site wasted. I want to see something beneficial to the whole of the city on there. I think this is a step at the moment because there's been lots of chats about how do we go forward, and I think that's what the Mayor's trying to do, is actually find a way forward in this. If it would make, and I actually, that's what I'm hearing in the speakers for and against, that's been the term of that's been the agreement point of the two speakers so far and myself. Perhaps the Mayor could, change a word to say that this is then to be used, to go forward, because I do think that was the intent in the first place. But it's a great site. We've come so far. We're hitting some challenges, but let's see what we can do going forward. And this is a starting point.
Thank you, Councillor Baglari. I'm just making notes while you're with a view to that. Speaker against while I'm doing that. Councillor Rendles.
Thank you. In speaking against this, I do fully support transparency and accountability for all our decisions, which is why I'm speaking against this motion. As I was pointed out in the previous procedural motion, that the Mayor had sought advice via a directive to the CEO on major projects including Heinemann Road in August, 3 months ago, and in September, 9 months ago, advice that she received, but the Mayor, as was her prerogative, determined not to share that with other councillors. Not having the benefit of that information, which was not shared, that I do not feel in good conscience I can make a decision on this matter in terms of, are we replicating advice that's already been received at a moment that we're going into the budget process and our finance staff are under tremendous pressure? What are the implications of that? I note also that this motion is not of an urgent nature. It was circulated to us at 3 p.m. yesterday. No time has it been brought to any councillor workshops. At no time has it been raised or brought to the Mayor and councillor weekly meetings. I think that, you know, in good faith, that this sort of information needs to be shared so that we can all have a level playing field or a common base of knowledge on which to base our decision making.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Councillor Rendell's just inadvertently mentioned that the Mayor and councillors meet weekly. That is not correct. We don't meet weekly, but we meet regularly.
Thank you. I wish it was weekly, but thank you.
If I may
Councillor
also
Bishop.
add, that at those meetings it has been raised around Heinemann and what we do in future. That's definitely been raised.
Point of order, Mayor. Have we deviated from standing orders?
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. I've accepted the comments. Now we'll move to Speaker 4. No. All right, now I move into questions. Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate you bringing this because it is a very important project and it does have a great deal of significance for our city. We've spent a lot of years trying to bring this forward, as we're all aware. First of all, just on the speakers, Councillor Boglari reinterpreted this motion and I'm not seeing any of what Councillor Boglari said reflected in the wording of this motion. So perhaps firstly you could clarify, did you mean what you wrote in the motion or did you mean what Councillor Boglari said you meant?
Perhaps you can clarify, Councillor Tolte, and what the difference is.
Well, this is a purely audit-related motion. It speaks to endorsing the commissioning of an internal audit, looking at internal audit to examine government's frameworks, procedures, project management processes, financial oversight, and align with approved scope and community expectations, and make that publicly available. Nowhere in there does it talk about moving forward, making new plans, getting this going, all of the things that have been interpreted through this. So what is your actual intention with regard to those comments, please?
So as point 2 says, it's a request that the internal audit examines the governance framework, procurement, project management process, financial oversight and alignment with approved scope and community expectations. And I've added the wording with the view to inform future delivery. So I think in any project, and as Councillor Hughes talked about, there's been another process, and I personally found that very helpful. So I think in order for us to move forward, given that this has got such a long history and complex history, that this is a good, solid process to go through to look at this project, which has been in play now for over 8 years. And I'm sure we all want to see it move forward in the best possible way. So to get a sit rep of the whole thing from start to finish, I feel is a very healthy thing to do. We can, as Councillor Hughes mentioned, we can learn a lot from these processes, and it can go a long way to informing future delivery as well. There can be good things that come out of this.
Thank you. Now, next question, and it has been raised by other speakers. You had a mayor and councillor meeting just last week, I think on Thursday. Given that there was time to raise matters of concern in that meeting, but you didn't raise this particular issue and no indication was given that there would be the need for a mayoral minute this week, just 5 days ago, why has this matter been so urgent that it needed to be sent only yesterday without prior notice to councillors and in order to allow an understanding of these concerns before this meeting? Why is it urgent for this minute to be here today?
So, given the timeline that I've been made aware of, that there's going to be another step in the process in relation to resolution 2025-241, I thought this would be a really good process, and I've only just become aware of that timeline again, that this would be a really good process and in line with what ARMC is doing as well, a really good process to have fit in to that next step in this project coming forward. So this is an audit, it's a process, an internal audit, so it's sought to bring forward without any further expense by engaging anyone externally. It's a process that, as Councillor Hughes outlined, we've gone through in relation to something else. So this is intended to be informative and to assist and to also create a good or fulfil expectations in the community. I think there's a lot of benefit that can come out of this. However, there is, as it's procedural, and as Councillor Bishop said, this has been a topic of conversation that has come up before Heinemann Road. Council has been looking to advocate on the project further. So I think for clarity and in terms of assurance, this is a positive step forward. In terms of timing, there's no, again, it's procedural. It's either you can either vote for it or not. This is calling for an audit. We dealt with something else similar within a time frame, and it was dealt with expediently. I do note that last month there was something brought from the floor for urgent business without any advice to any councillor then too. So there are occurrences from time to time where obviously councillors feel the need to bring things.
I understand urgent business. Thank you, Mayor. Since having the mayoral minute come out yesterday and having looked into the matters that it is indicating need to be raised, Mayor, what consideration have you given to the fact that the Heinemann Road project was reviewed in an internal audit by BDO with findings presented in April last year, which were brought to the audit committee, which you sit on in June, and then noted in the following general meeting? What consideration have you given to that report? And you have been fully briefed on that report, I presume, as a member of the audit committee. The project has basically stalled and not changed in any significant way because of the EPBC assessment since that time. So what do you expect will have changed that makes you believe a second audit is necessary?
So that you're talking about an external audit process. So this is an internal audit, and the scope.
If I may, Mayor, that was an internal audit.
Yeah.
And in the same way that BDO were asked to do that internal audit, we've been advised that officer time pressures probably mean that this will also need to go out to an external body. It was also quite confusing because of the error in the mayoral minute, which said that it's an internal audit and then said that we would get external information.
So there was a typo there in terms of the background, not in terms of the motion, which talks about an internal audit. So the actual motion speaks to internal audit. So in answer to the first part of your question, that's in relation to scope. So I've given that consideration in relation to scope and the broader picture. Yeah.
How does this scope vary from the scope of the previous audit?
So in terms of looking at the whole of the project and in terms of what's sought to be covered.
That was covered in the last audit report, and there were quite a few suggestions on how that might be better managed through the audit committee. I would be interested to know if those recommendations have been implemented. Have they been implemented?
That's a good question. We'd have to ask the audit, we'd have to ask the internal auditor actually, or perhaps one of the general managers can speak to that. I don't know the answer personally, Councillor Tolte.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
But I think that's really off the point of the actual motion.
Well, I would like to be satisfied that the previous audit, which is only 12 months old and nothing's changed,
There have been
doesn't satisfy what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. And there have been further steps since then. And as I said, in response, as I've said, scope and what sought to be covered. So I've answered your question.
Okay, moving on. Given that we know there has been an audit already performed of major projects and that this was presented through the Audit Committee and met all the requirements of the internal processes and policy of Council, and your proposed audit is also intended to be an internal audit and will also be subject to the same procedures and policies, and given that you have also put through 2 mayoral directions, one in 3 parts, so essentially 4 mayoral directions, Mayoral Direction 13 in 3 parts in February 2025 and Mayoral Direction 1 in July of 2025, and all of which were answered. I cannot see what other information any audit would collect.
It's not about collecting information, Councillor Tolte. I'm not an auditor. So this is about it actually going through a process.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. On December 18, 2024, Council supported the significant contracting plan for Stage 5 and 6 of Heinemann Road Sports Precinct. You supported this item also, and then you went on to raise your 4 mayoral directions in the following 6 months. Can you outline what information you feel is lacking across all of these communications that would be expanded upon with a second audit? And if you were unsatisfied with the audit already presented over a year ago to you as a member of the Independent Audit Committee, why did you not raise this through that role?
So this is, again, I go back to the answer that I've just provided. No, I'm not satisfied. So this is about scope and about what's listed in the mayoral minute. And in terms of the information, again, I state, I am not an auditor.
If I can, Mayor, I'm assuming that there must be some information you're seeking in order to ask for a second audit.
This is about an audit on process, and again I pointed that point number 2. So this is about having the internal auditor go through, and this has come up in discussion at ARMC, and it has come up previously in councillor and mayoral informal meetings as well. So this is a process of looking at the entirety of the project, and then, as I said, it's an 8-year project and very lengthy, to go through and have a look at all of those things up until current time in order to move forward. We seem to be at a stalemate now where nothing is, we've got a long way to go. As Councillor Golay said, sporting clubs are looking for direction. This has been a long wait. So this process, I believe, is a way of collating that information, getting good feedback on what's been done to date, and then also looking about what happens and informing this for the future, taking all this, whatever the audit recommends, and moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Given all the information already supplied, the fact that it's already been internally audited, that it's been through the Audit Committee, that it's been back to general meeting for acknowledgement of those audit matters, given that you've raised 4 mayoral directions and received a huge amount of...
Thank you, Councillor Tolte.
Yes.
You've asked all this and you've stated all this before and I've answered it.
Am asking a question, Mayor. Yes, I do.
Can you get to the question then, please, Councillor Tolte?
Thank you, Mayor. I will do that. What further level of detail would you expect to come from another expensive audit? I can't see, based on the information that you have provided, any way that this moves the project forward. I find it difficult to understand what further information a
Do you have a
Merrill Minute
question, Councillor
could
Tolsey?
produce.
Or you're making statements. So do you have a question? Could you please ask the question?
Including the Heinemann Road project, which was workshopped in August.
Could you ask the question?
Yes, with you were provided full financial expenditure, a full project timeline. You were provided all the answers to your Merrill Minutes, and it has been audited. What information could possibly go into another
Councillor
audit
Tolsey,
that will change this?
You've asked this multiple times now, so I think it's now time for you to move on.
With respect, Mayor, you haven't actually answered the question with any new information.
I have. So you're pointing to a BDO audit back over a year ago, and I have answered why I feel this is different. So you are quite entitled to vote against having the internal audit done, but I do feel I have answered all of your questions multiple times now.
Thank you, Mayor, but I'm sure that the councillors are seeking to support you in your role, and particularly in the way that you need to make sure that everything is well done, above board and within budget. So they are genuinely seeking, with very little information from you, how to support you. And this is not coming through in your responses, I'm sorry, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolsey. As I said, I've answered your question in relation to this motion and what it is seeking as outlined in the motion. It's an 8-year project. It has gone through various stages, and this is about viewing the project as a whole from or by an internal auditor with a view to collating the information, and I state again, I am not an auditor. And we now have Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor, and absolutely keen to see this project move forward with the confidence of everyone behind it, how exciting it can be. My question, you alluded a couple of times to, in terms of urgency of the Merrill Minute today, to what sounded like an imminent next step and then further steps that this will inform. Can you bring those to light a bit more? Because I'm not unaware of the next step. I know there's the roadworks that are hoping to be underway and capital works, but can you bring that to light a little bit more?
So this was raised resolution, as I said, resolution 2025/241 for the project to revert to the previously adopted master plan dated 13th of May 2020. So it relates to the time frame and trying to allot in and before that date where it's due to come back to council or due for that next change, so that there's information to inform.
Okay. A question probably through to the... Mel, I don't want to put you on the spot and ask you again, but I'm also struggling at point 2 to identify the gaps in the current process that you're asking for. That being said, I might question through to the CEO, if I can, on if an audit of some sort, a further audit was continued, that a lot of work's been done. Are you able to give us any information on what that might look like? Timing, costs, is it even achievable? And I don't want to wedge you in the middle of us having this political discussion, but are you clear on, is there extra work that can be provided, or is it more just collating what's been done? So, sorry to put you on the spot, CEO. Yeah.
CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll refer to the General Manager of Organisational Services.
Thank you, Louise, through you, Mayor. Councillors, appreciate the opportunity to comment. There is obviously a process where we scope out any internal audit that we're going to conduct. As you know, we've got an annual work program that gets agreed with the Audit Committee at the beginning of a financial year. So we actually have our work cut out for us, so to speak, over the course of the next 12 months. We have one resource in internal audit in this council, and whilst he's outstanding, very, very good at his job, one person with the level of work that he's got underway at the moment, I think a request to get this work done, and within a time frame of 20th of February may be a stretch too far. I also think that whilst he's very much got the capability to do the work, that this would be something from a workload perspective that we would engage our co-source partner. So we do have an arrangement with an external body who we co-source our internal audits through, and then our internal resource just coordinates that work, doing some internal audits himself and then some outsourced. So the quick answer is our internal auditor will need time to scope the piece of work. He's unavailable today. He's actually on some well-earned leave, so I can't have him in the room to speak to you. And we did have a conversation about this, knowing it was coming today, but we just don't have the fullness of time with it coming in like yesterday in order to scope this and understand what's involved. So the first step would be scope it. I understand we won't have the capacity internally to deliver it, so it will need to go to an outsourced provider. So that will cost a bit of money. Again, until I see the scope of work, I couldn't hazard a guess as to what that amount would be. And I'm not sure whether or not we've actually even got the funding. So it may be something subject to a budget review that will be required to come back to council at another time, which we can do. So it's all possible, but until I've seen the scope of work, we wouldn't know an estimate for pricing either, or even the delivery timeframe of the 20th of February. We've also got Christmas and people having a break in between now and then.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Boglari.
The internal audit has got several reviews that we are going to do. One such as this has not been done that I can actually remember fully on Heinemann Road.
Through you, Mayor, I didn't hear you, Councillor Boglari, if that was directed at me.
The audit committee has several audits that we want to do going through this year on our work list. I believe this is actually on there as one of them.
Oh, look, I'm happy to take that on notice, and I can do a bit of a scan of the work program. I don't have that answer in my mind. It's not to my knowledge, but I'll check that for you.
So I was wondering if it can have subject to time and resources or something added in, just so we know where we're at. Because honestly, the way the EPB, everything has changed with this, the scope, the EPCB Act challenges that have been given to us. If we can get an understanding of where we are so that we can then have that discussion of how to go forward with this block, I think would be beneficial to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Guy.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I honestly believe that now we're sort of tap dancing. So here we are modifying on the run, trying to look at things that have already happened. Like I said, there's already enough history there. In my mindset, a true mayoral minute would be to go forward. We've got enough information. We know that the whole project is stalled under EPBC. So what could we actually put in place there as of next year in order to start getting revenue back into the coffers, because we have spent public money doing this, and it's just sitting there as a paddock, not doing anything. So again, I can't support this. We're looking backwards when there's already been enough information. We have not navigated the EPBC, and we have no feedback from the federal government on what they intend to do there. So we are better off going back to the drawing board and going, what can we put there right now, without looking backwards? Because there's things that could go in there right now. You could put a gate in there and let RVs park there overnight, anything to bring revenue, but we're not doing that. We're constantly backtracking with audits, and now here's another audit.
Do you have a question?
Well, Mayor, I just think, would you consider taking this away, bringing it back at the next general, but because we're modifying this on the run now to try and get it across the line. We're tap dancing through.
So, Councillor Golly, the changes that have made have been very minor, but they're to accommodate the issues that have been brought up. So, subject to time and cost has now been added in yellow, and point number 1. And point number 2, with a view to inform future delivery. So that wording is very clear relating to the issues that have been brought up.
But Mayor, I think what you're asking is you're questioning the process, and then you're looking for costs. I understand the intent. I understand we want to move forward, but it's almost coming across to me now as if you're questioning.
Do you have a question?
Was there a level of integrity around the past BDO audit and all that sort of stuff to get us to here?
So that's your feelings or your interpretation. I prefer to stick to words that are on the page, so you can interpret however you wish to, as you have done previously. But the words on the page, and as I've explained at length to the questioning so far, this is about informing the future as well. The wording's in there. The intent is, as I said before, it's a pretty simple process. So you can either support or not support.
Mayor, I just think we could have discussed this previously instead of trying to now edit this on the run, and we really could have got something firm to all of us stand behind you and support you in a proposal moving forward. Yeah, sorry, I still can't support it as it is now. We need to look at a way forward, but without sort of going backwards. Thank you.
Which is why the words subject to time and resources and with a view to inform future delivery have been added to the document. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor. We, of course, as council, can request an audit for anything that we wish to. What have you seen in your time as Mayor, bearing in mind that you and I have been here in our positions for the same amount of time? What have you seen in your time as Mayor that leads you to think that this particular project, over and above any other projects or anything else that we have going on in council, warrants scrutiny over and above the governance processes we are already all aware of?
So, Councillor Colley, as Councillor Hughes raised before, she raised another process before. So, and I personally found that process very informative and insightful, and hope that that brings a lot of positives for the organisation. And I think that any audit process, and these are processes taken out in any large and sometimes small organisation, with a view to coming up with recommendations and looking at long projects, and in a lot of cases it's built in as part of the project assurance process. So this is about having a look at the project in its entirety with a view to be forward-facing and to provide recommendations. But as I said, this has been a very complex and long and lengthy project with a lot of media coverage as well. So I feel that given the totality of everything that this is, and based on the project that Councillor Hughes raised to, that this process, the auditing process, can be very beneficial.
With regard to the project Councillor Hughes referred to, that was a project where we had a moment of time where there was quite a radical cost escalation, and I thought that was highly appropriate that we undertook that process to understand what had happened. I'm wondering, have you seen something of a similar nature where you have concerns directly coming from something that has happened in relation to this project? Or do you have the same integrity concerns about other major projects as well?
So, given the length of time in the project and given the fact of where it is, my concerns are around the things that I guess, if there were any issues, would come out as part of this process, and that may be something that the organisation can look to improve in the future. So we have had a lot of twists and turns, and it's been 8 years, and it's still, as Councillor Golay said, still sitting there with, we have a demand for sporting land and sporting facilities, and I would like wholeheartedly, as I'm sure most of us are, for this to move forward. So to get a benchmark and to get a really appropriate view of where it is, I think an audit is a good place to start because it provides that benchmarking as per that other project that you just spoke about and Councillor Hughes spoke about too. I think these and any auditing process is done with a view to looking at it, looking at what's happened to a project and coming up with recommendations. And with the inclusion of, with that view to inform future delivery, my hope would be that going through this process would help inform this project moving forward.
Okay. Under Section 170A of the Local Government Act this morning, I requested a copy of the emails in relation to the mayoral directions, and this thick folder here contains those emails and the information you were provided with both in February and July. Given that you still have some concerns about the level of detail and requesting a further audit through this mayoral minute, do you believe that there has been information withheld from you that isn't contained in the information you've already been provided?
Councillor Colley, requesting information is that, simply that, requesting information. As I've said multiple times before, I am not an auditor. So an audit process is vastly different from requesting information.
Is the audit not being undertaken to gather information?
The audit is being undertaken to look from an auditor's perspective in a very different world. They're highly skilled people, so they look at a process of how the project has travelled through its activation period. They look at, as I've said in point 2, governance frameworks, procurement and project management processes, financial oversight and alignment with approved scope and community expectations. Again, I state, I am not an auditor.
Those words all sound very good, and absolutely I think that everybody sitting in this room believes that these processes should be in place, but I also believe that they have been in place, and the vast amount of information we've received through these mayoral minutes, also through councillor workshops, noting we had one in August which was a couple of hours, and we did have the opportunity to ask any questions. We did take the opportunity to ask questions about all of these things, about the governance, about the project management processes, about the financial oversight, alignment with approved scope. These were all things that we discussed in August, and I'm struggling to understand what we are going to get additional while tasking officers who we have told the organisation that they need to find cost savings, and I think that asking them to undertake unnecessary work at great time and expense is not constructive to moving this project forward.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, in terms of questions, the resolution 2025-241 for the project to revert to the previously adopted master plan, in my revision, seems to revert to a previous version of the plan that had a significantly greater expectation for the delivery footprint.
How is this relevant to your mayoral minute?
And my question...
Directly related in any way. I'm sorry.
So
I think
can I ask my question?
So I think, given that it's come up, I think people have strayed quite. The scope of the questions have been quite large. So because I have referred to the resolution, Councillor Bishop, I'm happy to.
Well, I've referred specifically to the resolution, which is on page 2 of 2. It's under dot point 4 on that page, 2025. It speaks of resolution 2025/241, Councillor Talty. That's what I'm referring to in the mayoral minute.
Thank you, Councillor. If we've devolved to speaking across the chamber, I would note that when I raised something from the supporting documents, the man pointed out that wasn't.
Thank you.
These words.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. If we can direct all comments through the chair, that would be appreciated.
Just, clarification through the chair to the councillor who asked the question of me that I was referring to that person. Forgive me for not doing that through the chair. My question to you is, given that scope changed in terms of what the expectation was for delivery with the reverting to the previous adopted master plan, is part of your intent with this resolution to give clarity to council around how we bracket our future planning. Because if we have wild changes or significant changes to the size and scope, is trying to get a history of where we've done things. Are you trying to get a bracketing to help guide our future decision making?
Yes, Councillor Bishop, as I've raised, I thought I had raised that before during the many questions that have taken place so far. That is in fact yes. So as I said, I'm interested in an auditor, a trained expert looking at this project in its totality, because it has been lengthy and because there have been many steps and because there is another part under Resolution 2025/241 for the project to revert to the previously adopted master plan dated the 13th of May 2020, that I thought that this piece of work is a good informative piece for all councillors to consider, given that there will be a continuing focus on this project to try and take it forward to delivery.
And further, if I may, thank you for that answer. That's what I had assumed. There seems to have been some interpretation from members of the chamber that you are pursuing an interest of your own, but that seems to have been what I'm picking up on. But is your intent to resolve this in the public interest?
I don't believe I have any conflict. I have no personal connection to this project in any way, apart from as a councillor wanting to see something delivered. Sorry, and the second part of your comment?
Well, it seems that what you're doing is trying to help councillors who want to move this forward to do it in a neutral, objective manner that's in the public interest. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So this is about transparently looking at a process, having an expert assist so that all of the information is there. And I think it's a process, as I said, that then can provide assurance to community as well for any questions that are there, and also to inform decision making to the future. As I said, 8 years, still in play, many changes. Holistic view of the project in its totality, I think, is very healthy.
And last question, if I may, through you to officers, I believe, would be that with the inclusion of subject to time and resources, would that allow and permit the organisation to manage something within a time frame that was close to the 20th of February, or do we need to adjust that time frame? I just seek your assurance there.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Yes, we would obviously do everything in our power to try and meet your 20th of February timeframe, if that was the council resolution. As I said, it would just be working with our internal auditor next week to scope out this piece of work and put it to the market and see when it would be achievable, and if it can happen prior to, I'm assuming the 20th of February is the council meeting date. I just don't have that in the top of my head, but if it's about bringing it back to that February meeting, that would be what we would shoot for. But the way that you've worded it gives us a bit of room if it doesn't, if it's not ready for February, that maybe it could come to March, for example.
Yeah, and my last question then is back to you, Mayor, after hearing that. Is the time criticality of the 20th of February something that you want to stay with that? Is that a particular date for a general meeting? Should we, is there any consideration for potentially leaving that date? I don't know, is there a reason why that date's there?
So
Could it change?
That was there so that it was done in a timely but allowing enough time for it to be achieved time frame, and before that resolution change from Resolution 2025/241, which I understand had a 6-month time frame on the resolution. So this would bring this body of work back just before that, so that it's complete.
Is there potentially consideration for tethering it to coming back before that date, before that comes back? Because that date may change too. So maybe I don't want to do further wordsmithing on the run, but maybe there may a consideration that it comes back before the adoption of that other item.
So in consideration of staff time and the existing resources, that's why the allowance of some months rather than bringing it back earlier for consideration of time. So who we've got? We've got Todd Mitchell, Collie Mitchell, Mackenzie. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, the BDO order I have no idea about. Maybe I missed that in a report somewhere. So I'd probably be a little bit interested to know what that audit was. And sorry, I suppose Councillor Bulgari or you, Mayor, could answer. Did you say that the Heinemann Road was coming through the audit committee in the future? I missed that bit. Through you, Mayor, to officers, did you say that it was coming through the audit committee anyway?
Through you, Mayor. Councillors, I've just received it. I'm just about to email it to you. But my very quick scan, I can't see anything related to Redland Coast Sporting, the name that we usually use for that project. I've just done a quick word search on the word sport and I'm not finding it. So I don't think it is scheduled on this audit plan, but I'll just send it to your emails imminently.
Given that the purpose, Mayor, that you've said that this was to align with the previous resolution and that the 20th of February was that 6-month time frame of that resolution back from, must have been August for it to be February. And we've just been told by officers that they're probably not going to make that 20th of February, so it's not going to make that timeline. So this is going to be a moot point in order to align with that resolution.
Councillor Mackenzie, I don't know. I think that was taken. The officer isn't here at the moment, so that's why the addition of subject to time and resources has been put in there. So that amendment was made to accommodate questions that councillors had. Excuse me, Councillor Golay, I'm speaking.
I'm just pointing out that it's a moot point, because if that comes back on the 20th, if you would like that finished by the 20th of February 2026, because that's the date that aligns with that resolution, where the resolution directs officers to revert back to the original scope that we master planned and went out to community consultation with and told the community we were going to deliver. The next general meeting isn't till March, so I don't understand. If the purpose of this audit is to... So I'm just trying to understand the purpose of the audit from all the conversation that you've had is to inform future delivery in alignment, because we're concerned about reverting back to the original scope of the project.
So that would be, so if it's come back, so March general meeting, so this would then allow for that information to come back, be circulated or determined before that March meeting. So, but as again, in reference to your other point, that's why the addition of subject to time and resources is now in there.
I understand that, but how resolutions work is that the council officers have a resolution. So on the 20th of February, 2026 is the 6-month date from that resolution. So council officers have been directed to revert back to the original scope of the project, which is what we originally told community we would do. So in order for them not to do that, you would need the resolution in March to direct them not to do that. So I think the timing is all out on this. And if the intent is to inform future delivery of the project, then it's probably just a discussion we need to have on all of our sporting facilities, our capital budget, future works, considering the conversations that we've had about critical infrastructure. I don't really see how, if we've already had an audit already on this project, you've had extensive information provided to you, and then we want to have a discussion on future delivery. I don't see how extra time and expense on another audit.
So as I said, thank you for your statement. I don't think there was a question in there. You said you're just a statement.
I was trying to clarify the timing on bringing this back and the purpose.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't make sense to me.
Okay. Well, as I've said, I've outlined the reasons why.
No, you haven't. But
well, so to go over it again. There is a change. There's a resolution.
That's okay, Mayor. You don't need to go over it again because you're not saying anything different. You're just repeating the same words. The information you're trying to give us isn't different.
Yeah, and that's an answer to your question.
Thank you.
All right. So we now have Councillor Rendles.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 questions. The first question is that had you considered And did you have an estimate of the costs, either external costs for commissioning this audit or the internal costs of the time?
Sorry, Councillor Rendles, can you just start again? I've just had a phone call come up on my screen, which is pretty important.
Are you right? Yep. That firstly, it has come out in the meeting today that there will be costs, both in terms of officers' time and external costs for undertaking this audit. That had you factored and considered, and do you have an estimate of those costs?
So, as outlined by the General Manager of Organisational Services, no. But I understood that there would be, as I said before at the beginning and going through this process, that major projects would have, as part of its budget for a multi-year, such an important project, have project assurance built into it. So it could be a process of moving funding around within that project's budget. In terms of time, advice that I had is that something of a similar nature, and if we look at the previous example referred to by Councillor Hughes and Councillor Colley and the time frame that was done in, noting that that is a smaller project, but if we're looking at time and function, I believe from what I have seen that could be done, but the officer is currently away, and that would be a role for the General Manager of Organisational Services to take up
as
her department.
As part of that question, because I'm still on question one, as part of that question, did you seek any advice or have discussion with officers prior to bringing this motion about their capacity and the resource implications of this motion?
So, in consideration of ARMC's scope and what we've got on the table, discussed in that context of what we've got coming up.
In relation to this specific motion, did you have any discussions or questions to officers about the resource or cost implications of this motion being approved prior to bringing the motion to council?
So I had Councillor Rendles a discussion generally about this kind of project and what resourcing it would take.
So not this project in particular?
In relation to a project like this, yes.
But not this one, not this mayoral minute?
In relation to this mayoral minute, yeah, I raised that I was bringing a mayoral minute.
And you sought advice on the resource implications and the external costs of doing this?
So at the discussion that I had didn't revolve around external costs, it was internal costs, and also sourcing and seeing if there would be any, and that's a question we can take from the floor, I guess, in terms of the total project cost of the Heinemann Road multi-year major project, if there's a budget component for project assurance within that major project.
With respect, at this point, I'm not trying to seek a cost estimate. I'm trying to understand.
I think that's an important question, though, Councillor.
Well, we can come back to that.
Yeah.
But my question is, you have just said that you've had discussions with officers about the resources and the cost implications and the time implications of doing this prior to this meeting. How long ago were those discussions?
Yesterday. This has been brought up because of the time frame and looking at it.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to my second question, and we'll park the cost implications. You have noted a number of times that you're not an auditor, which is fine. I'm not an auditor as well, and we all have our little areas of strong expertise. Did you read the audit report from 12 months ago that you had requested through a mayoral directive that covered this project?
Yes, yep. So, Councillor Rendles, can you get on to your question about this?
Well, this is highly pertinent because you've said that you're not an auditor. You've said you read one 12 months ago, and you're saying you don't know what an auditor will come up with. So what is it that you would expect that is different? And it comes back to you've identified that the purpose of this is for transparency.
Yes.
but there's been very little transparency in how this has been brought to council, nor indeed the failure to share the information that you accessed in August and April is a result of it, and now we're trying to unpack it on the run. So my question comes back to that.
If you could get to the question, that would be helpful.
Well, if you're not an auditor and you've read an audit report from 12 months ago, you don't, and you've said yourself you don't know what has changed that have brought you to this point, what is it that you think you will be able to see or you are looking for in a subsequent report?
So as you said, there's time. Well, as everyone has, or as we all know, there's been a time elapsed since that particular audit was done. And in terms of scope and in terms of the things that I've outlined, I believe this is a healthy thing to do because it considers the project from its first point of initiation right through. I'm not an auditor, as I've openly said, which is why I'm seeking an internal audit to inform for all the reasons that I've stated multiple times before.
My last question, and thank you for your perseverance and tolerance. That my last question is that if this is such an important issue and such a complex issue that requires an audit report, why was it that you didn't think that it was relevant to either bring it to a workshop to discuss it so we wouldn't have had to have all these discussions now, and to share the information that you obtain through your mayoral directives prior to the day?
So maybe I learn something new every day because I assumed, like every other piece of information, every time I ask a question, that information that I have requested gets circulated to all councillors. So I assumed that anything, as has previously been the case, that any information I request is circulated to all councillors. There's also a register for directions, and there's been councillors that have sought that information and clearly have it. So I did not realise that it was not circulated or not easily obtained. I would have happily shared it. There's no secret. My quest for information is just to inform, to make good, clear decisions, and in the interests of transparency for not only all of us but for the community, so that the organisation can make any improvements, if there are any, for the betterment of not only the organisation but for the budget going forward as well.
That just on that point, that there is an implication in what you've said that councillors are remiss in not following your mayoral directives and seeking that information. And as you noted, some people have it now because we did seek it once we knew the mayoral motion was coming, to try and understand what your thinking behind the motion was, which is why I asked for the matter to be deferred so we would have had an opportunity to digest it.
And I answered your question again, because you've stated for a second time that as per previously, every time I have requested information, that is generally circulated to all councillors. So I've answered your question as you've said it again or asked it again. In terms of timing, again, this is a process from my perspective. This project has been raised many times before. We are now at a point, and as chair, I think we've exhausted all the questions. So what I'm going to do now is sum up, and then we can put the motion.
With respect, Mayor, I have a question.
With respect, Councillor Tolty, I'm now moving forward and summing up so we can put the motion. We have now, in the interests of the timing of this meeting, we have now spent I don't know how long we've spent actually, debating this and asking questions. Everyone has had the opportunity to go through, and so I'm now going to move forward and sum up and then put the motion.
I'd like to raise a motion that we continue this discussion.
I'll seek advice on that, thank you. Thank you.
I think you could move that as a procedural motion. Councillor Tolley could move the procedural motion to continue discussion. Yep.
Yep. Those in, so sorry, Councillor Tolte, can you raise your procedural motion again clearly?
Thank you. I'd like to raise a procedural motion that as you have allowed councillors to speak multiple times, it would be unfair to then cut off the discussion when there are more questions to be asked.
So, Councillor Tolte, you've asked questions, Councillor Mitchell's asked questions, Councillor Boglari, Golay, Colley, Bishop, Mackenzie and Rendell.
Excuse me, Mayor, a procedural motion's before council.
Yeah. So I put the motion, those in favour? So the motion is for discussion to continue.
To its natural conclusion. Yep.
So those in favour is Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendell, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes. Those against, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. Noting that it is now 11:20 or 11:18 a.m. Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry, but as has been noted, had this been discussed in any prior workshops or a Mayor Councillor, we wouldn't have to spend so much time discussing it now. But dropping a mayoral minute the day before with no time to read the information.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Tolte, that's a statement.
Point of order.
Councillor Boglari.
One of these is about speaking with disrespect to the chair, and I just haven't got time to do it, to look up the 8.1. There you go. Thank you. Speaking with disrespect to the chair. Thank you.
Mayor, you've noted in your discussion and answering questions today.
Sorry, are we?
Yes.
Councillor,
are we with standing orders?
Councillor Tolte, observing standing orders, I am at a point.
I'm trying to ask the question here as you asked me to do.
But Councillor Boglari has raised a point of order, and
which you didn't rule on. So
which is you have not given me the opportunity because you started speaking. So I uphold the point of order, I ask you to ask your question.
Thank you, Mayor. I will do so. So, in response to questions asked, you noted that you were advised on and you discussed the cost and resource implications of your mayoral minute prior to bringing it. That's what, just confirming that's what you said. Did you discuss that with the normal, what officers did you discuss that with? Was that with the CEO and governance that you would normally get that information from, or audit?
Yeah, we've discussed this within ARMC.
The audit committee?
Yes.
Oh, but you...
So in terms of the project itself?
No,
And
you, in response to a question asked by Councillor Rendell's, you said that you had sought advice on the cost and resource implications of this motion from officers yesterday.
I'm just going to seek some advice here. So, yeah, I think we'll adjourn.
With respect,
I need a.
This is not. Councillors, let the mayor speak, please.
Thank you very much. But I have been questioned now at length for the mayoral minute now for well over an hour, and I need a break. It is now 11:20, so I need to go and have a comfort stop and have a break, as it has been quite a length of time. So I think we need till 15-minute break till 11:36. So, okay, so that is procedural motion, I'm advised. Those in favour of having an adjournment for 15 minutes? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Goley, Councillor Rendell, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie. Motion is carried, noting that Councillor Hughes is absent from the room. All right, we're back again. It's now 11:41. I have a mover to move back into, resume the meeting, move back in and resume standing orders. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Same thing, really. Well,
I'm confused because you said resume the meeting, but then you asked to resume standing orders.
Resume the meeting.
Thank you.
So I put the motion. Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, so I think we've had 2 hours on this mayoral minute, so we are back dealing with the mayoral minute, which is agenda item number 11. All right, Councillor Boglari.
Under 7.6.1A, I would like to move that the motion be now put.
So, okay, so now I put the motion. So those in favour? So putting the motion. So Councillor Boglari, I don't know if everyone's listening. Can you please say that again?
Under 7.6.1A, that the motion be now put.
So proceed with the motion, I'll just put the motion. All right, so I now put the motion. Those in favour?
You're putting the put motion, Mayor, right?
Yes. Okay, so for clarity, this is Councillor Boglari has moved to put the motion. So this is a vote to determine whether the motion is put. So those in favour of putting the motion. That's Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. That motion is lost. So now we resume questioning. And I think it was with Councillor Tolte.
Yes, it was. Thank you, Mayor. I'll just repeat the question that I asked before we went on break, if that's all right. You noted when you were answering Councillor Rendell's questions that you sought advice on the implications of resourcing required for your motion today, yesterday, of staff. My question was that resourcing and cost implications information asked of the Office of the CEO, Governance, Audit? Who outside of the Office of the Mayor did you speak to about this motion to get that advice that you said you received yesterday?
So I had a conversation in relation to within the framework of the ARMC. Mayor, you did note that you had a conversation within the framework of the ARMC some months ago, but in speaking just before the break, you noted that you sought advice yesterday from officers. I'm asking which department gave you that advice on the resourcing and cost implications of the motion? Yep, within audit. Yesterday? Within audit, yep. Yesterday? Yes. Who within audit? So I don't think that's appropriate to... I'm just asking for the position, Mayor, not the name of the person. Yeah, no, I don't think that's appropriate. Thank you, Councillor Tolte, in an open session. I'm not interested in... you were happy to answer the question previously. Yeah. So I'm just asking... And I did answer, it was asked and I did answer it. So you sought information yesterday. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
So the comment that you made earlier in the meeting about the date of the 20th of February being relevant to the motion that I brought earlier in relation to reverting to the original consulted plan for Heinemann Road, that was news to me when you said that. I wasn't aware that you were seeking this information in order to, I don't know, is this being sought to somehow rescind that approved motion of council? What is the connection between this motion and the motion that we have to lobby the federal
That's been asked and answered before. So as I said previously, that's the next step in relation to the project that's on council's books, so to
What's
speak.
the next step?
So there's a resolution of council, and this has been asked and answered before, that in relation to that resolution, there's a 6-month time frame for it.
Mm-hmm.
So to request information and look holistically at the project, which I've said multiple times before in the last 2 hours that we've been on this particular mayoral minute, is that the information is being sought with the intent, and the audit is being sought with the intent to inform all of us about the whole project and to provide appropriate level of transparency for all involved, as I've said multiple times. And as councillors have indicated, they're interested in moving forward with this project. So to my mind, again, and you're quite welcome to differ and quite welcome to vote against, but as these questions have been asked and answered multiple times now, I feel like we're going around in circles.
Well, I am seeking to understand the connection between those two things, because apart from both
Point of order, if I may.
about
Councillor Bishop?
Just under 8.2.1, second sentence, a question shall be asked categorically and without argument, and no discussion shall be permitted at the meeting of the local government in relation to a reply or a refusal to reply to the question. It goes on, a councillor or officer to whom a question is asked without notice may request that the question be taken on notice for the next meeting. Councillors should not ask questions, the answers for which have been already provided to the councillor.
Thank you, councillor. And yes, I uphold that point of order.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing further.
All right, councillor Rendels again.
One very simple question, if I may, Mayor, that you indicated that you spoke with the council officer yesterday, which I assume is sometime before 3 o'clock yesterday.
Point of order.
Well, it would have been...
Thank you.
It's the same thing. 8.2.1, this question that is being asked yet again has been said.
I haven't finished the question.
Councillor Boglari, thank you. I uphold the point of order. If you have a question to ask, Councillor Rendell,
I do have a question.
Because you've just outlined the same, excuse me, I'm speaking. You have just outlined the same information that Councillor Tolty did, and this has been asked and answered many times.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for clarifying that. Are you satisfied that the officer from audit that you spoke with yesterday was of a level in the organisation and had sufficient expertise and responsibility to answer your question as regards cost and resourcing implications of the project?
Councillor Rendels, again, this has been asked and answered before in terms of you're trying to get down into the minutiae of a mayoral minute that's seeking to have an audit done, which now contains the wording subject to time and resources. So I believe that in terms of the motion that's now before everyone, it's sufficient to allow both time and consideration of resources in terms of this mayoral minute.
With respect, Mayor, you're declining to nominate the position that you spoke with, and now you're declining to indicate whether they've got the skills to answer your question.
Councillor Bishop has raised a point of order. I ask you to stop speaking when a councillor has raised a point of order.
8.2.3, the chairperson may disallow a question which is considered inconsistent with an acceptable request or good order. However, a councillor may move a petition to disagree with the chairperson's ruling. If the motion is carried, the chairperson must permit the question. The chairperson may disallow a question which is considered inconsistent with an acceptable request or good order.
So in terms of the question, I believe it's been asked and answered. So anyone, next person. Back to Councillor Golay again.
Thank you, Mayor. So, and I understand the labouring and, the framework. We've been here for 2 hours, but we're being asked to approve public money on another audit when there's already ample information. That's
Councillor Golay, can you, rather than making a statement, I'm asking you to state your question.
So, Mayor, you said that you sought advice yesterday.
This has been prosecuted multiple times now. As I've already answered that question, Councillor Golay.
You did not seek advice yesterday, and I put it to you that, quite frankly,
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Could you please speak? No, stop speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, no, there is a
Councillor Golay. Councillor Golay, I'm giving you a warning now. Councillor Golay, warning.
Thank you.
Councillor Boglari.
So you refuse to answer the question?
Councillor Golay, you're going to have to leave the room.
Speaking rudely.
I'll leave the room. I don't care. You're asking
Thank you,
us to spend
Councillor
money.
Boglari. That's upheld. Thank you.
This is a joke.
Next, Councillor Mitchell again.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be fairly quick. Mayor, it's a matter of fact that obviously you've been interested in this matter for a number of months, 6, 7, 8, with the information requests. You're also a member of the Audit Committee.
Councillor Mitchell, have you got a question?
I certainly do, but that's by way of background, so that's there. Why haven't you chosen, as a member of the Audit Committee, to bring this up through that process? Because, as we've all agreed, we're not auditors in this room.
The audit committee has a schedule. So when we're looking at projects, this is something that, as this has already been answered, because the General Manager of Organisational Services said she couldn't find. General Manager said that it's not part of the program. So
Have you requested it to be on the program as the mayor and the member of the audit?
This has been asked and answered.
I don't believe it has. Yes or no?
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have identified this project, but it's not able to be in the schedule. It's not. It requires an action to be done, and this isn't part of the current audit and risk program.
Mayor, you could have done that as mayor or as a member.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I've answered your question.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
Next.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
Standing Orders 8.1.6, only one councillor should speak at a time, as directed or invited by the chairperson. A councillor must not interrupt another councillor who is speaking except upon a point of order. I feel that the meeting is divulged into something far outside our standing orders. There have been many interjections from both sides of the room, and it's highly inappropriate. Could I request that we ensure that these standing orders are upheld, please?
Yeah, that would be good. Okay, wouldn't be good. More questions? All right, I shall now sum up. It's now 11:55 a.m. So, in relation to this mayoral minute, it is as stated. I state again that the Heinemann Road site for the Redlands Coast Regional Sports Complex has had a long and complex history beginning in about 2017, and some of the key dates are listed in the background, and this is a motion about seeking a process of review, an internal audit of the project to date, the complete project. This has been a very long project with advised difficulties and has a great deal of community interest. I have been advised that an order of this nature would take between 3 and 20 days. It is understood that projects of this size and timeframe generally have budget for project assurance built into them. I believe councillors should now all understand the benefits that an internal audit can bring to council projects in terms of gaining an insight into project management, feasibility, determining the standard of governance applied, financial impacts, and it is a very good mechanism for making improvements in project management and delivery. Transparency is also another very important issue, and I have noted that mayoral minutes have consistently had similar responses and reactions in the chamber, irrespective of topic. I ask that councillors consider their role and their task in undertaking any decision-making process and the pursuit of information to inform that process. So an internal audit, to address one of the comments that's been made by a councillor, is not about media, it's about project assurance. The community expect and the ratepayers expect transparency, and I believe we need clarity on this project so we can move forward with this site. I believe that any process that looks at the totality of the project, and now with the wording to make sure that everyone's clear of a forward-facing view, would be beneficial. An audit does not just look backwards, it informs the project for the future, and it actually may help the future process for this project. This project has been in play, as I've said many times throughout this lengthy questioning, for at least 8 years, and I'm sure we all want to see it move forward in the best way possible. And I believe an audit such as this, an internal audit, as I've stipulated many times, will provide that information and that project overview and any recommendations that we are all seeking, and will be a mechanism for transparency for our community as well. As I've said, I'm not an auditor, and I believe this is the appropriate mechanism and the appropriate way, given it doesn't have current capacity through the ARMC, to bring this forward in an efficient and effective manner to look at the project as a whole and to provide information for councillors, for the community, and to make beneficial improvements and recommendations for improvements for Redland City Council. So I now put the motion. Those in favour: Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against: Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Colley. The mayoral minute, the motion is lost. Moving to agenda item number 12, reports from the CEO's office. There are no reports from the Office of the CEO this month. Agenda item number 13, reports from organisational services. Item number 13.1, which is a late report, the October 2025 monthly financial report. Do I have a mover for the Office's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
I believe there's some questions that have been sent through to, oh, she can't see her. Yep, she's still there. Sorry, to the CFO. So I'll just pass over to her at this stage and she can address those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari, and through you, Mayor. I'll take the report as read and just have a few highlights. There's nothing specifically to call out in this particular report. Some of the items of variance to note in this month's October report include the operating result is $47.5 million, which is $2.2 million favourable. It's largely due to October being the first month in the quarterly rating cycle, so we've seen an uptick in revenue hitting in the month of October. There's lower than budgeted bulk water and residential water consumption, which is offset by lower than expected bulk water expenses. You'll see some favourable fee income, which, as noted in previous months, this is due to the development applications and plumbing assessments and plan ceiling fees being up. There's unfavourable contractor expenses, largely due to the ongoing cleanup costs from Tropical Cyclone Alfred and also the additional costs for landfill remediation. There is a favourable depreciation expense that you will note there. However, this is a timing difference, and we're doing some work through Budget Review 1 on rephasing that to better reflect the timing of the expense recognition through the year. So that's the operating result predominantly. With regards to capital expenditure, you will note capital expenditure is currently tracking at $15 million below budget. The large portion of this is actually on renewal projects, which is affecting the asset sustainability ratio. So that is also unfavourable at the moment. That is really just a point in time through the year. That asset sustainability ratio does fluctuate through the year depending on the spend pattern for renewal projects. The underspend in CapEx is largely some of the carry forward projects which have experienced delays as a result of wet weather, as a result of some procurement issues with some equipment delays coming in from overseas. I think that's the main items of note in this particular report, but happy to take any questions. Councillor Hughes.
Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Mel. And as you mentioned, that 15 million in capital expenditure behind, and that's probably always from councillors that we've got our eye on that month on month, year on year. And we know that there was a significant or maybe significant's not the right word, but a substantial carryover from last year's financial budget into this year. And I was just wondering, as you've mentioned, with that delivery of the capital works, are we tracking our carryovers? Of that 15 million, how much of that may, or I'm not sure if you would know, be the carryovers versus starting this year's budget? I know, for an example, my residents are watching some gully pits being put in their street, and the majority are very happy, one not, believe it or not. But that was, I know, a carryover from last year's budget. So I'm keen to understand where we're at with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hughes. My understanding is a large portion of that $15 million is the carryover, so that the new projects that went onto the program are tracking on target at the moment. So there is quite a significant body of work happening in the rephasing piece at the moment, which the team are currently working on, looking at how to space those expenditures out to better reflect the delivery cycle of those projects. So the $15 million underspend is predominantly related to carryover projects.
Councillor Endorse.
Once again, thank you for the work that you've put into here. I bring your attention to 5 statement of financial position, and this may be a question to the relevant officer via the Mayor, if I may, that under the pie chart, trade and other receivables, actually year to date, we see infringements net of impairment valued at $2.983 million.
Yep.
That compared to October 24, this is an increase of $446,000 or 17.6%. Now, my understanding is that what we're seeing here is the net benefit to council. So we've taken off the cost of the compliance action around that. Do we think, or has council increased the number of compliance officers, or are we just pinging more people doing the wrong thing? Because my lay understanding is the cost of fines hasn't increased by 17.6%.
Thank you.
Mayor, through you, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I can get more detail in terms of unpacking the actual amounts, but no new officers have been employed. However, we are working with our colleagues in information management around constantly improving the digital transformation, through our digital transformation projects, including in terms of making the process more easy to use for both compliance perspective and for residents. So that could talk to some of the change, but I'm happy to get a bit more information on the detail, Councillor.
If I may, thank you for that, and just for the record, the rate of complaints that I'm receiving about parking infringements and that is not increasing by 17.6%, and I know that where there is often a lot of support for increased compliance because it creates a fairer access to limited resources in the parking space, and in the other key area that impacts my area, it's about keeping land cleared and stuff like that. So people are appreciative of that work from a bushfire mitigation risk. Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rendels, for the question. Just to complement the comment from the General Manager, and thank you for making those comments. There have been efficiencies and enhancements in the way that service has been operating as part of our business as usual, continual improvement of services. The compliance is taken out to ensure community standards are upheld and to make sure that a community is kept safe and that law-abiding approaches to compliance occurs. So thank you for the comment and for the recognition of the work being done by the compliance officers.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, if I may, through the chair, to CFO. Back to Councillor Hughes's question, and I'm happy to follow up with a subsequent meeting, but in terms of the tracking of the 15 million underspend on the, where you said that we're tracking well with our current proposed delivery for this year. I just want to get some clarity as to the optics of where we would see the carryover budget reflected in that graph, because I think just there's a bit of a uncertainty as to where those two things sit in terms of what we're tracking for this year as budgeted, as opposed to where that carryover sits within relative to that graph.
So the carryover budget's actually now all included in the budget that we track against now. So
Thank you.
Carry forwards were adopted. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Baglari, would you like to sum up?
Oh yes, just one part that I always find interesting on page 11 for residents is the notable program and projects. So it's the large projects that have got capital investment, and the Kinross Road sewage trunk is there at nearly 4 million. And I'd just like to give a shout out to Chris and his team and just say that there's 137 pump stations, 1,223 kilometres of sewer mains connecting nearly 60,000 properties across the city. So it's a huge asset, and the guys are doing, and girls, sorry, the team's doing a great job, with that work. And as Kinross Road, everyone knows, is a pretty new subdivision. With every new subdivision, there's an increased usage on our infrastructure, and expansion and maintenance is required. And since we're capping of infrastructure fees, it doesn't cover all these costs. And so I'm giving a message to the state government and that to listen, because that is a major impost on our finance. And this is a point in time, but councillors are thinking long-term sustainability. So these are the major projects that we've got there, and the teams are doing a great job in those areas. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baglari. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. The next agenda item is 13.2, review of delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendations? Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Tolte.
One moment, Mayor, just changing screens, thank you, because we had to go back into the agenda. Okay.
We're just waiting for Councillor Hughes to find the page that she'd like to reference.
Everyone, we all there now? Sorry, it just took a moment to come through. Can I just speak to that, or are we waiting for a seconder?
Sorry, Councillor Tolte seconded, so you can now speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that this report, it comes up regularly, and sometimes you can just look at something and go, oh, ho-hum, here we go, here's another 100 pages to read. But I want to tell you, I actually enjoyed flicking through it, and the new legislation, the new changes, and just hats off to our team that follow all of the nuances of council. I didn't want it just to let go and just go through to the keeper without giving everyone a shout out for the hard work that goes into keeping us all on track. It's so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. I'm maybe as nerdy as Councillor Hughes because I read through it too and appreciate the answers to questions I've already received. I just wanted clarity on the, I've got two here, so I'm presuming it's in section 2, but through you to the CEO, of the Local Government Act, it's a new one, a new power that we've given you here, 45AA, application for direction that poll be conducted by postal ballot, and that you will now have that power. Does that mean we might be going postal at the next election, or we now have that? I think Amanda.
Councillor, CEO, reverting. So we're going to the General Manager of Organisational Services.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Bulgari, for the question. How it works, just for councillors and the community's understanding, is LGAQ, the Local Government Association of Queensland, work with King & Co solicitors to do a review of all of the legislative instruments that apply to local government, and they come up with these recommendations, and we essentially just adopt, that's what is before you, that 490-page document is their recommendation for what delegations the CEO should hold. That one that you're calling out, Councillor Boglari, obviously electoral matters are a matter for the government and the electoral commissioner, so I couldn't speak to whether or not there's any anticipated change. We wouldn't have any knowledge of that because that's a matter for the government, but that newly delegated authority that's come through to the CEO, that's just a recommendation from the LGAQ based on legal advice that they've received, and we adopt their recommendations generally.
Yeah, just sparked my interest as to why they'd done it. That was all.
Look, I couldn't answer to that, I'm sorry, around the specifics of postal voting.
And while I have you, please, the nature conservation regulation, it's again a new one, and I looked up the regulation and I looked up the part, and I was surprised to find there's a list of conservation parks and the councils, and then the power of the trustee, and in the schedule it's Bayview Conservation Park, and its powers of the Chief Executive Officer under this regulation other than the power below what they've got listed. But why, I don't understand why these are selected to be put into the nature conservation and not our other areas, and why we needed to give the CEO the power for this particular one, whereas I would have thought the power was the same across all our areas in the city.
Yeah, look, great question. I can't answer it, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Yeah, I'll follow it up with you then.
Yeah, again, it's just been a recommendation that's come through, Lizzie, as I understand it, that we haven't altered anything. We've just put in place what has been recommended to us by the LGAQ.
Yes.
And there are a number of acts, like I queried about the Aged Care Act, for example, just in my deliberation and running through that large document. I mean, we obviously don't have aged care centres today, so, I mean, why would you adopt delegations from the Aged Care Act? But, of course, if Council resolved to purchase an aged care centre next week, you've got the delegations in place. So I think what they do is they do it holistically for all councils, because some councils have different services to others, and that way it's a generic set of delegations that are consistent across the state, and then those councils that need to draw on them can. So just there are some things that aren't explicitly relevant to our council, but we've just taken the advice and delegated it, so it's consistent with...
There's probably about a dozen conservation parks across the city listed in here, and I was trying to work out what made them different to all our other ones. So I'll take that offline and
happy to
follow it up.
Yep, I can arrange
thank you.
to come back to you. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. And just acknowledging it's not just 100 pages, there's over 400. I was looking through, my head was spinning at the amount of information required for officers to process, and huge congratulations to being across so many of them. The two questions really, the first one is, I think that most of these are alignment with the LGAQ register, and there's no deviation from that because that's the pass through, but there's no further changes outside that in terms of what is proposed here. I just want clarity on that so that we're just adhering with that process, first of all. If I may, through the
answer. Yeah, to my knowledge, no changes to what's been recommended by LGAQ. There are continuing delegations where this council has previously delegated authority to the CEO in recent decisions of council where this matter has been before you. So I think there's two elements to this document where you're adopting the LGAQ recommended changes, but you're also noting that there are some delegations that you've previously given to the CEO that are continuing. So that's that's drawn out in that report.
Great. I wish.
But we've made no other changes, is my understanding, and I've just had that clarified and confirmed by the governance officers as well.
Thank you. And the second question, and there's so much, it's like Neo in the Matrix. I know Kung Fu, just download it all and suddenly you've got it all. Good luck. There's one question that I'll probably just take on notice. It's on page 55 of the report, and it relates to 24, Queensland Heritage Act 1992, and it removes, and I'm just wearing my representative portfolio hat, power as the owner, this is the description of power, delegated power as the owner to make a written response to the Heritage Council about the recommendation. I'm just wondering, that's the only one in that and it's an omission. Down the track it would be good to understand if that has any implication in terms of heritage matters in relating to the city. I'd like to understand a little bit more about what the background is for the state, why they don't need that anymore. I would think as the CEO of a city, if there's a reason why you would, anyway.
Yeah.
Will we retain some?
Thank you, and I'll take it on notice for the team to respond.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hughes, would you like to sum up?
No, I think it was actually a really positive conversation, and again, just reiterate to our officers, thank you so much for their true diligence.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Agenda item number 13.3, which is the Operational Plan Performance Report, July to September 2025, Quarter 1. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. I think this is a fabulous report, and the community should be interested in this one because we quite often get asked, what does council do and where does our rates go? This is a really good overview of, I just listed a couple. It's everything from safety, fire management, active transport, events, tourism, reconciliation plans, wastewater management plan, conservation, weed management, koala research, biosecurity work. It's a lot of activities which the residents actually don't realise we do. It's a very extensive and critical list of works which our staff are ensuring Redlands is safe and a very livable place to live and making our home our home. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all the staff involved in these projects because many are on task or finished. They're doing a good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Excuse me, got a call. Okay. Any speakers against? Any questions? Anything else to say, Councillor Boglari? Oh, sorry. Yep, Councillor Boglari.
Yep, no, that's fine. I just thought usually there's someone has a pet project that they like to have brought up and mentioned. That was all I was expecting that. So no, nothing more to say.
Thank you very much. Right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, we now move to agenda item number 14.1, which is the Cleveland Streetscape Design Manual. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Well, time to get excited. The Streetscape Design Manual. Yeah, that's right. Look, a very important document. The Streetscape Design Manual does inform our council's capital expenditure or operational expenditure, and of course various developer contributions into the streetscape. The last major refresh was in 2007. Harry Potter, Order of the Phoenix, was out, and it was the first iPhone. So that sort of dates it a little bit, but hasn't the place held up pretty well? But it's certainly time to move forward. Back in March this year, councillors, you might be reminded that we did endorse the design palette, design theme and palette, so essentially the vibe of the area. Both looking at Cleveland as near the shoreline, we're both an arrival point, a destination in ourselves, but also a gateway to the island, and you can have a look back at that. I'm also pleased to see within the report we're now talking about a 5-year cycle, and that's probably appropriate for design manuals, that they get a little bit of a refresh and a renew, so that's great. Within the manual, which I don't think anyone else will have printed it off, but it's quite an extensive technical manual. It talks to the consistency of both the design and the colours, but also of products that will help with the aesthetics and the consistency of development around the Cleveland Town Centre, and of course the amenity. It's very practical manual in terms of looking at modern materials that are easier to perhaps keep clean, easier to maintain, and therefore help and meet today's technical standards are also embedded in there. So there's a lot of information. So I think with that, it's of just some very specific examples that you only have to walk out the door and around the corner to see. With some of the pavers and things, you'll notice, well, they were beautiful when they were first laid down, and the trees were the size they were, but you can now see that they shift and they move, and that creates issues for maintenance and maybe some risks and hazards, and quite frankly they're also not available anymore. So that's just one practical element of what we might use in a current day, and there's plenty more there. The other that you might see if we just walk out the front door and lean onto a power pole, but please not too hard because they're quite old, but they're also not made anymore. So we can't even replace the lighting poles that are there. So that's the importance of it. So thank you. It's kind of procedural. It works in the background, but is really crucial as we look 2, 5 and 20 years ahead into the city centre. So thank you. Hopefully you'll endorse this today to inform all of those matters that we've just talked about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. I do have a few questions, and I know that there's a lot in this report, and I know that we adopted the vibe previously. One of those questions is what work has been done through the chair, if I may, to officers. I gave a heads up yesterday in regards to this question. What work's been done to consider the approximate implementation costs of applying these new deliverables in the work pipeline in accordance with the manual? Because across the city there's an expectation that there's going to be quite a lot of work delivered, much of which will be in the civic realm. And so the second part to that question is, will developers be expected to fund 100% of that delivery across the balance of Cleveland? And how much council will have to pay for? Because I haven't seen any of that reflected in this budget. So I've got that question really around the financial cost for delivery. Has any work been done on that in terms of the work stream?
Thank you. The Acting General Manager of AMPT at the moment? Natasha, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The adoption of the design manual, the proposed design manual, is not intended to articulate any investment in capital program. I mean, that work still happens as BAU. It's intended to design when it occurs, how it occurs. So there hasn't been any specific projects or requests, capital requests coming through to deliver on the design manual. The second part of your question in relation to developers, then that just falls into their standard development application processes and the make good kind of standards that are in place for us to work. So any developer would be funding the cost of their improvements related to their own development, as we've seen just around the corner with the aged care development.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. And if I may, just the level of service delivery for this design code will be above and beyond the normal standard provisions for base infrastructure across the city. So I'm just wondering how we might be looking at charging or costing that, because otherwise we might be giving up developer contributions, or I'm not quite sure how we're going to deliver or how developers will be.
I might invite our Program Manager of Place Development to respond, I guess, in terms of the service of the levels of service you've talked to, and perhaps he can also talk a little bit about the design decisions that have been made to ensure that construction and maintenance of the new developments are kept to a minimum as well.
Thank you, Natasha. I'm just referring to some notes just to help me ensure that I can actually answer the question in full. But the design itself has to, and the costs relating to design, you're saying it's over and above the standard, etc. The cost of the materials and the design is really factored across a number of considerations, not necessarily the pure cost of concrete per se, but it's looking at how, what additional costs are actually considered with example maintenance, etc. So as I think one of the councillors, Councillor Mitchell mentioned, that the pavers, for example, that were installed back in the 90s, those particular pavers are no longer available. They're no longer available in the size or the colour. So the relevant council officers in our engineering and our landscapes department that actually provide the specifications to developers have considered the availability of materials, the availability of materials, but also how that particular materials translate in terms of ongoing maintenance, etc.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. I didn't see a financial element in this report, and the design will probably be above and beyond. So I've just got some questions around that in future. And I do appreciate that the maintenance is reflected in this, and it's good quality and high quality, and that has been consulted with some of the Cleveland traders. And the other thing about the existing, through the chair, if I may, the existing materials that are down there, some of which is quite bespoke and unique, there may be opportunities to repurpose that. I understand that that is the intent from officers. As areas are pulled out, we might be able to repurpose some of those to prolong the life and manage the costs going forward. I believe that's the intent. The next question relates to, we have yet to come to Council our public art policy. The previous design had a lot of public art and a lot of engagement with the residents around poetry and various bespoke elements that added to the look and feel. Is there an opportunity for us to consider the public art policy in the delivery, and there may be future ways that we can actually add some of those more relevant additions for local inclusion at a later point?
Yep. The manual does acknowledge a role of public art as per the treatments and in terms of the design, etc. But it also does acknowledge that council is expecting the public art framework to actually be developed by the team at RPAC under Brad Rush. So that is under current, I believe, under development, and there is flexibility within the manual to incorporate the public art art framework when it is actually developed. So the manual is meant to be a living and breathing document which can be amended as required, not only within the 5-year sort of time frame which the consultants has recommended that we do review it, but if there's any major changes, any policy changes, etc., we'll be able to we'll have that flexibility to amend the manual, just like the manual acknowledges that the Cleveland Local Area Transport Plan is probably coming very, very soon, and that manual incorporates what known elements of the Cleveland Local Area Transport Plan, but can also incorporate and be flexible enough to be amended to cater for any policy decisions in the future.
Can I make a comment?
Can we finish questions first, unless it relates directly to that? Because
Well, I'll frame it as a question. At what point would we see a financial attribution to the delivery of this that council might be expected to deliver to get to this standard, which is above BAU?
I think to better answer that question, I think it's really, really important to note that the manual doesn't actually suggest that council actually spend any money in terms of the delivery of this per se, but at this point in time, the changes or the changes in terms of the Cleveland streetscape is actually private sector driven. So reference was to the aged care development in Doig Street. It covers Doig Street and Waterloo Street. You might notice that our city planning and assessment team have specified the new design for the footpaths. So that incorporates the replacement of pavers using exposed aggregate concrete, and also in the design that's actually in the manual. So that has been implemented effectively. So council then has the opportunity, subject to its available budget, and also subject to its priorities in terms of more or public realm upgrades. If there's an upgrade that is actually being paid for by a private sector developer, council will have the opportunity to actually assess should it require or should it want to proceed to spending the money to upgrading the streetscape on the adjacent public land to those particular developments. So there is no specific timing in terms of expending money for upgrading the streetscape at this stage.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. There's no particular timing associated, but I've just got my concerns about the potential future costs to council, and it would be nice to have seen what percentage rate council would be likely to have to deliver across the civic realm in the CBD. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you to the team. A fantastic report, and I look forward to seeing some of these designs implemented across the city. I had a question about enhanced planting, which goes out onto the road and somewhat protrudes where parking spaces may be. So we know that parking, particularly in Cleveland Centre, is a topical issue. How are the enhanced planting boxes managed with respect to parking requirements? Is that something that's done on a case-by-case basis, or it doesn't need to be addressed directly in this manual?
No, the manual actually does not. The planters, so there are two types of planters. The curved planters, the larger type planters that will be looked at primarily in Bloomfield Street if and when the time comes to actually replace those, and also the smaller precast type planters. But if you look at pages 74 to 78 of the manual, the streetscape design actually does not impact on any car parking at all in Cleveland. The new concrete planters, those particular units for the garden beds will be what they call poured in situ. So they'll form the necessary formwork, and then they'll basically pour the concrete, and that will be all then subject to council approval prior to pouring. But the manual clearly basically states that none of those concrete type planters will actually affect any of the parking beyond the curb, which actually exists. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? No, Councillor Mitchell. Oh, sorry, comments. I think Councillor Bishop reframed his as a question before. Councillor Boglary.
Thank you. No, I had a comment. Years ago, when Vicky Point was being built, the economic study then said that that would impact Cleveland if it went ahead at that size. And I think over the last decade, we have seen that impact. So I'm really pleased to see this come today, because in our villages, whether it be Cleveland, Redland Bay, Wellington Point, the local businesses are local people and they're creating local employment, and this gives youth opportunities. So I think it's really important that we do assist our local businesses. But Capella is having a major revamp due to that private sector collaboration, which was just mentioned. So I hope some developers are out there and they see that council is open to collaboration, and some of our other villages maybe might come knocking on our economic development doors and help us get this through, because, you know, budget is tight, this is due to budget, but when we get these private sectors investing, it does hurry it up. So the door's open is what I wanted to say.
Thanks. I also want to state my thanks too. I think having an identity for our local area, and particularly this space, as a gateway for so many important things, and having a style and a flavour is very important to Cleveland's identity. So thank you too for the team that have done the work. And I know that this will, one of the steps that's going to make a really big difference to Cleveland as we move forward. So thank you. Councillor Mitchell, over to you.
Yep, thank you, and thanks for everyone's questions. Just a reminder, everyone, this isn't a project, it's a manual that informs things moving forward, and it hasn't got specific budgets attached. It is what it is, but it's a great piece of work, and hopefully it'll get supported today. Any concerns over costs and things, well, the whole point of this is when we're designing, constructing and maintaining, that's taken into account, as well as whether it looks pretty. And it's consistent across, so that's great. And it does include things like the public art, but also, we won't get back in another debate, but tree species and what should or shouldn't be in there. So there's an awful lot in here. Council is obliged to do the works in its own public realm, so there'll be money spent. Let's just make sure it's smart money and good money, and that's what this assists. But it also allows, as we've discussed, any of those partnerships with developers, and there's plenty going on around our town centre at the moment, and that will continue. But that's also BAU in many ways, guys. There's conditions to do footpaths and things now all across the city. That's not unusual. It's just using this in our town centre. So hopefully it should look really great as we move forward. And again, we've heard it's a living and evolving document. That 5-year base is good, but also good to know that it's got a full line of sight to the emerging policies that are being either now or emerging and being implemented, and leaves that door open. So yeah, let's hope this gets supported today, and congratulations to the team that have been developing this for quite some time.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, we move to agenda item 14.2, which is the Cleveland Centre Management Program. Actually, before I move forward, councillors, would you like to take a break for lunch now? Lunch is outside, apparently. All right. So we move to agenda item number 14.2, Cleveland Centre Management Program update. I understand there might be a minor change, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, just a minor change. I'd just like to move straight up if I can. Just reflect some of the conversation the other day, just to insert the word partner and deliver. So it doesn't change the intent at all. It reinforces it, and some councillors were just more comfortable if that was in there.
All right. Seconded? All right, Councillor Mitchell?
Do we need to accept that first before we talk to it?
No, because
can speak to
it's been changed before we went.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Terrific. I'd like to, well, just a bit of history first. This report today, I think it's an excellent report, so really well done to the officers on this. This is meeting the obligations under going back to the notice of motion of November 2023, but further in 18th of December 2024, where officers did note that they would bring back this future report to Council summarising the initiatives of the what's been going on in the Cleveland Centre from a revitalisation and management perspective in 2025. So that's what this report actually is. The intent way back when, if you read, you can read the resolution in the history there. The intent was to bring the visibility to our community, both to residents who showed a great interest in what is going on, but it wasn't really clear to them, but to the businesses themselves around the town centre, so they can see it, but also to councillors and council officers. And I think this report really does do a pretty good job of looking back over a lot of the work that's being done and just putting it down on the page so that we can all see it. Also in helping to ensure that it's aligned with the strategies and the direction, and it is coordinated, which is what we as councillors have also resolved to direct the organisation to continue with. So I think it also does that. Looking back, so if I keep looking forward, it talks at the back of the report, it talks about the things that might be planned as we continue to partner and implement on things within the town centre and aligned with the Cleveland Centre Master Plan. So looking forward, there's things like the Vacant to Vibrant program, which is proposed, where some of the empty spaces, partnerships with some of the landowners, perhaps involving RPAC and other groups out there to activate these places that are sitting empty, and that doesn't help anyone. Looking forward, the Cleveland Local Area Transport Plan that we've all been a part of developing, that will come forward and will get embedded. And of course, with the recently adopted Streetscape Manual, that will also assist with that. Tree lighting, we've noticed that that's been happening over the last year in Cleveland, and there's a potential to expand that program. I'm actually looking at it with some of my SIP money, as well as what might council do, as well as developers. And the partnered activations that have been spoken to in the report, that's going to be so important moving forward. There's been some barriers identified, both with, say, the costs of hiring our public spaces, but also some of the regulations across the business units of council, and the ease with which people, whether it be for-profit or not-for-profit, can move into spaces and activate them for the broader community benefit, as well as perhaps their own interests. So they're really interesting things that we can now have a bit of a line of sight on, and people that are interested can ask those further questions of council. Going back towards the front of the report, the delivered items, there's quite a list looking through, so I'll just go back to that on pages 772 and 773, there's ongoing business support. So the Small Business Hub, which is being funded by state government, I think now in Cleveland and at Vicky Point, that Small Business Hub is in place and continues. So that's great, where businesses can go in. It's a one-stop shop, council, state government, to see what support's available to them. Cleveland Development Forum, where through the UDIA, Economic Development and other areas of council, planning department, brought some of those players together to talk about what are the barriers and opportunities. So that's been done, and that'll inform things like city plan, investment attraction, and so on, everything that we're doing around the area. Cleveland Local Area Transport Plan, the Bloomfield Street promotion with the traders, that was in partnership with the traders. The In Cleveland campaign, the Chamber of Commerce, Bloomfield Street Collective bought into, that's been run and is ongoing. And those resources will remain alive under the control of Chamber of Commerce to continue. So that's sustainability. So what council helped to enable, the partnership continues, and it's then passed on through to business to continue that on their own. But a bit of a leg up and then carry on. Without going on too much, the festoon lights in Library Square, fantastic, really have brightened up that space. Haven, the shopping centre, invested their hard-earned in the bud lighting along Middle Street. That was great. But council's role in that was enabling it, getting the permissions, working with the contractors and the shopping centre to get that established and a great result. And I think the last figure I asked when I asked the shopping centre, it's been a 10 or a 12% increase in trade of an evening as a result. So it really, those simple things aren't a solution in themselves. But if that's the only thing that changed, well, there was a 10% increase. Yeah, so it's wonderful. And Wello, of course, led the way there, so well done to the traders down there that put their money where their mouth was back in the day as well. So good work to everyone. The centre management review, I think that's something that's really crucial to all of us. That is being worked on. There'll be future workshops coming. That's just not Cleveland, but obviously the work's been around in Cleveland. We'll be helping to inform and be replicated, whether that be in Capalaba, Wello, and other centres. And that will be coming back to us, workshopped in 2026. So that's, we're all going to win from the work that's been done and the grunt work that's been done.
Just letting you know, Councillor Mitchell, that you've passed your 5 minutes.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I will wrap up very quickly and appreciate a small amount of indulgence. The streetscape manual that we've just approved, and of course the ongoing partnerships with Chambers of Commerce, Cleveland Placemaking Group, Cleveland Village Traders, and there may indeed be more groups emerging from Cleveland now. So thank you. Hopefully this will get support today. For noting.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in... Oh, sorry. Speakers against. We jumped a whole section. Speakers against. Councillor Bishop.
I'm going to use the opportunity to speak against, but I've got a couple of caveats that I'd like to apply. So I'll commence by just noting that Cleveland, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Mitchell and many of us looking to do what we can to support this vibrancy of the centre of Cleveland CBD. It is a really important thing. The previous report, as we note, did not have budget attached to it, and this report does not have budget attached to it. But I'm going to speak against it, and I'm going to ask some questions because in this report it does mention a few things in relation to budget. And it refers to a number of things, including on page 774, that there's the centre's management program, and it talks about a future workshop that will be coming to council, which will consider options for service design, levels of service, and ongoing delivery of the centre's management program. Until we get that information, councillors, we can assume there will be finances attached to this. And while these are really important things for Cleveland CBD, those things will have a material impact on our operational requirements going forward. So I'm very grateful, Councillor Mitchell, for the inclusion of the word continuing to partner, because I think what's been successful about this report and the work that officers and others have done with this is that partnering with other organisations has leveraged benefit and uplift in the area, and I think it's going to be critical to the success ongoing of this particular revitalisation process, which is part of the program. The second point in relation to finances going forward, councillors, on page 774, halfway down the page, it says, it should be noted that many of the place-based activations are being delivered through a temporary officer resource that is only budgeted until March 2026, there's another allocation of potential future ongoing cost and resource to us that is not reflected in the report. It's mentioned and it's sitting on the periphery of things that we're noting, but in future there will be a material cost to us, and I think we need to be very careful and mindful of our financial capacity and constraint, but also how we bracket going forward the delivery of the expectation. So partnering again is going to be critical, because I think those other stakeholders might be able to seek funding, and I wasn't happy originally with the initial recommendation that council continue to deliver initiatives, because I think partnering actually will help us broaden that scope and potentially spread the load. The other one is in terms of mentioning the temporary resource I've covered. Hopefully going forward, what we can do with these initiatives, I would urge that each of the initiatives going forward, because this is a report for noting, that there's a business case proposed, and that each of those activations might have something that we can have brought to us and with stakeholders to be considered, so that in future that can actually have some awareness for us about what we're going into, and so that we can manage our budget going forward. So having spoken against, I will hope and extend largesse that we will actually manage all of those things going forward. That will come back to budget for us to discuss, but they're the things that I'll be looking for. And thanks to officers for this good work, and to those stakeholders.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers for? Questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the screens, I'm going to page 775 at the top of the page of the report. Thank you. Encouraging partnered activations. And I think this is a story that Councillor Mitchell mentioned, and every one of us, all of our councillors, have probably been frustrated over the years when we've seen someone come up with a good idea for one of our local parks or whatever it is, and I won't reiterate what the report's saying on an opportunity that was put to council, but ended up being far too cost prohibitive to go ahead. But in the second paragraph, it says here that there's a current commercial use of open space review. A review of fees and charges is underway. So I wanted to just ask the question further of that. What and who is leading that fees and charges review, and will that be coming back to council? I presume that's a budget conversation to be had. I'm just presuming, seeking clarity on that. And then further in the next lines, that investigating the opportunity to develop a pilot program. So I just wanted to drill down on those 2 points. Thank you. So through the CEO.
Nice. Okay, so General Manager of INO, Chris Isles, is going to speak on behalf of the CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. So that specific piece of work is actually being undertaken through our community open space team, the COSAM team, who manage and I guess own all of our open space assets throughout the city. We are undertaking a wider commercial review of all our open spaces so that we can explore probably dual things. Firstly, are there opportunities to provide greater activation, commercial opportunities in our open spaces to, one, activate them for the benefit of our residents, potentially tourists, and also to explore whether there's revenue opportunities as a result from council. The other part to that would, of course, be to look at the levels of fees and charges, and whether any fees that we have set, using the example here in Cleveland, are fit for purpose and reasonable and relevant, and potentially, stopping what could be seen to be economic activities, and do we need to reset those? So it'll be a dual piece of work that looks at both pieces of that. That work's underway now.
Okay, thank you. And seeking clarity, that's coming back to councillors?
It would be part of a fees and charges schedule, so that would obviously come back as part of budget thing, and then there'd be a larger policy piece would come back if we were seeking to undertake commercial activations of public open spaces. That would require a further report to council.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I just think on behalf of councillors, and I'm speaking generally, but we would really love to see that attitude of what we can do, not making it so cost prohibitive that we can't do. And we hear consistently, so often, someone has an idea and really we can't work with Redland. So this is fabulous. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, back to you, Councillor Mitchell, to sum up.
Thank you. I'll start by finishing where I started and really thank the officers. I think it's a great report. It's a historic look back on 2025, exactly what we asked for, and a really useful reference document for those out in the community, all the stakeholders and potential partners to just have a look at and whet their appetite even further. It does give us a tease into the future, not just for Cleveland, but also citywide with the census review. We noted the temporary position. Well, councillors, we've always looked at the census review. If we also want a census manager, absolutely, we're going to have to fund one. So that will be for budget discussions into the future. And I'll finish just by saying the partnerships that are out there in Cleveland are strong and getting stronger. We'll start with all the business units of council, which are pulling together much more efficiently, and that's been fantastic to see, led by ED. So great team, punching above our weight, as I say. But Redlands Coast Chamber of Commerce, Strady Chamber looks over at this area. Kayak look into Cleveland. Simby Chamber looks at what we do around the place. The Bloomfield Street Collective, Placemaking Group, various arts group have been partnering in Cleveland. RPAC, Redlands Art Gallery, the Library, the individual traders, UDIA, Redlands Investment Corporation, and tonight, the relaunch of Champions Redlands Coast, the really big end of town in our city, who are also willing partners. Plenty of partners out there. Oh, and that's before we get to the state government. So plenty of opportunity moving forward. Thanks, officers. Great document looking back and a peek to the future. Let's note this with confidence and then continue the great work that's been done.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Agenda item number 15.1, which is a new lease, North Stradbroke Island Historical Museum Association Incorporated. Mover for the motion, Councillor Bishop. Second by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just to acknowledge that North Stradbroke Island Historical Museum Association, or North Stradbroke Island Museum on Minjerribah, is a significant organisation that does actually deliver incredible benefit, not only for the people of North Stradbroke Island and the First Nations people of the island, but also broadly looking at the context of how people have lived in this area over such a long period of time. They've recently won awards for the upgrade of their Walking Together program and the design of the museum. It's one of the two organisations that Redland City Council does support on an annual basis, and so it's good to see their lease gives them some certainty for the next 10 years going forward. Thank you very much to officers for their ongoing work with this organisation and the organisation's meaningful engagement with the community of not only the island but across Redland City. They're a little mouse that roars. They do amazing work, and I'm sure Councillor Mitchell would attest to that. And I think, and they also assist a lot of the organisations on the island to put in grants for applications for funding for various projects. And so thank you very much to officers and to the good work being done through that organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against? Questions? Anything further to add, Councillor Bishop?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, we're now moving to 16.1, which is the tree management practices to mitigate impacts of weather events. Item 16.1, do we have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair, and a huge thank you to the officers who have prepared this report. This comes back to us today as a result of the motion I brought to the general meeting in April due to the impact of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, and the largest impact that we felt right across our city was with trees that had fallen down and had resulted in prolonged power outages. A fantastic report that our team have put together for this matter, and what it really shows quite clearly is that our council does a fabulous job maintaining the trees that we have custodianship over in our city. There's a table in the report which shows a comparison of our North Queensland colleagues who manage similar extreme weather events more frequently than we do, but it shows that we not only match what policies and procedures they have in place, but we also have an agreement with our local electrical supplier regarding the management of trees. Unfortunately, some of the impacts of extreme weather events are unavoidable. So, as sad as it may be and as upsetting as it is for all of us when it does happen, these impacts are often unavoidable. I wanted to just spend a little bit of time talking about the process our arborists go through to do tree assessments and to examine the trees that are reported to council officers for assessment. We have a tree policy which is, a guideline whereby our council arborists undertake assessments using a risk-based approach. Works are prioritised due to the actual or based on the actual risk profile to mitigate potential harm to people and property. And I think that's really important to highlight. First and foremost is the protection of people and property. Unfortunately, we don't always get the assessment that we would like, and tree removal is considered a last resort. And I know that for some residents, that is very disappointing at times, but there is a very comprehensive framework and guideline which does guide the work that our officers do. Going back to the specific cyclone event earlier this year, I think it's important to note that Council currently manages 285 trees under a formal assessment and management plan, yet only one of these trees resulted in a damage claim, which was related to a broken limb during the cyclone event earlier this year. The analysis done across the entire city suggested that the primary cause of major tree failures during the cyclone was root plate rotation, which was the result of soil saturation due to the heavy rain and surface water, which was compounded by the heavy winds. The impact of falling trees wasn't directly attributable to the winds on their own. I appreciate the officers have gone away and considered the great work that we do already, but there are still learnings which will be implemented as a result of this report coming back to us. We will continue to capture data on our cloud-based tree management software about trees across our city, including important attributes like tree height and proximity to electrical infrastructure. We will also maintain and implement the MOU which we have with Energex for the management of trees near electrical networks. In addition to what we do already, we're going to do some work to improve tree selection and planting processes, ensuring that suitable species are planted near or under power lines in accordance with our guidelines and those of Energex as well. With the city plan revision coming up, we have a great opportunity to ensure that does go into the city plan. We will look at removing unsuitable street trees across both island and the mainland communities, as well as maintaining strong relationships with contractors to ensure that if we do need to respond to an extreme weather event, we're able to do so rapidly. We're also looking at expanding the proactive tree maintenance program across both the mainland and island communities. I think it's important for us to note as well that any expansion of our services during these difficult budget constraints we're operating under will require extra resourcing and extra budget allocation. But what I've heard is that this is something that we all divisional councillors and the mayor, this is something that we get a lot of feedback about from our communities. Maintaining our streetscapes, maintaining our natural environment, and I look forward to those deliberations in the future. Again, I just want to thank the officers for the hard work that they've done, the great work, the time that they've spent putting this together, and not only for this report, but the great work that you do every day, the team, to maintain the beautiful natural environment which we're blessed to have in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop and then...
Yes, thank you. And thanks to officers for this report. And it is encouraging to see the wonderful work that has been ongoing for a very long time. Naturally wonderful, being a brand, but it's also the walk and the talk of our officers to manage that resource. This is a report for noting in relation to weather events. The question that I had is just as we're considering this, because there is a heightened concern among some members of the community, the question I asked of officers, and I just want to see if I can get some clarity on the answer to it, was beyond this report for noting what is our commitment to find balance across the city and ensure that we continue to plant relevant species in appropriate areas to help manage not only total canopy and issues are caused by heat island effect. Just there are other policies, obviously, and we referred to that in the workshop, but just want to get some clarity as to how that will be looked at holistically, while this tends to put our focus on how we might remove or manage trees, and that looks at a removal, but I just want to look at the broader, because I know there's good work happening in that space. Could an officer through the chair speak briefly on that, or happy for it to be taken on notice and follow up later? But I just think while we're focusing on this, it's a matter of balance. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager Ino.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, Councillor. I will hand over to our Service Manager for Parks and Conservation, who's led this report that Councillor Colley referenced, and hopefully you can address some of those questions, noting they are outside the scope of this report, so we're probably not prepared for it today, but happy to see if we can address that.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, so Councillor Bishop, what the tree database, so we're collecting a tree database at the moment for a forestry app, and what we're finding is we're now knowing what species we've got in the city, and we know the sizes and the canopy covers and all the rest of it. So that information is very valuable moving forward. So that's the very thing. We've found that we've got some monocultures throughout the city. So if we get, some sort of disease comes through, we could get whole cultures wiped out. So it's very, very valuable information. So that data collection, we've only just started that data. We've collected probably about 10% of the city, so we've got a long way to go, but that data collection moving forward will be extremely helpful to make sure that we don't, when we do remove trees for things like the electrical network, where we're putting the right trees back in, but also making sure we've got diversity in the species selection. So a very valuable piece of work.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rendles. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hughes it was, wasn't it? And then Councillor Rendles.
Thank you, Chair. Going through to our favourite subject, trees, which is just tremendous. Thank you, Councillor Colley, and especially your words on the report was really well done. Thank you. With regards to learnings to be implemented, so there's an expectation with that word of implemented, and point 4, remove unsuitable street trees in bold, and then across both the mainland and island communities. So understanding learnings to be implemented, and then the impact that our community may see following that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so the learnings are about the types of trees and the size. So with the data collection we've done in Cleveland, we know that we've got about 600 trees that are greater than 20 metres near the electrical network. So that's really valuable information to have on hand. So what we're going to do with that is assess those particular trees, and in conjunction with Energex, to see what impact they're having on the network and the likelihood of them potentially damaging the network. So not saying that all 680 are going to damage it, but because they're higher than they could do. So there could be, and it's not always removal, it might be a pruning program, but if it is a removals are, then we work in cost sharing with Energex to remove some of those trees and then replace with more suitable trees. So.
Thank you, Dave. Also, removing unsuitable street trees. We know that we've got a style guide, and we've just been talking about pavers. So when we talk about style guide and trees, we've got a list of recommended trees. And we know that we've got historically some trees that, and back in the day, and Alex Hill's council gave out beautiful gum trees. 40 years later, council's taking out old, damaging gum trees. Yep. So when we look at this, removing unsuitable street trees, would we be looking at any specific tree species?
Yeah, it's not so much the species, it's probably more about where they've been planted, the location and the impact they're having. So we're working closely with the DA team with the street tree species selection for developers in particular, but more importantly the space that we're planting. We tend to grow trees in that little 500 mil strip between the curb and the footpath. So we're actually trying to recommend that we don't plant in that space, we actually plant on the other side where it's wider and then use root devices which actually get the roots down deeper so we don't damage the infrastructure. So there's lots of things going on in that space. So it's not just about removing and replanting, it's about all the other things and using different types of pavement rather than just concrete. There's lots of permeable pavers and rubber softfall and other things we could use in our footpaths. So
I think our community will be really engaged in hearing this report and this update. This hopefully is a media headline of the good works that are being done and your guidance and authority in knowing literally our local trees by the number. Thank you.
Councillor Rendles.
Thank you, and I'd also commend council officers for the report. This is rather than a question; it's a comment on three components of it. This report has done an excellent job, particularly looking at tree management vis-a-vis power lines, and I'd welcome the opportunity. I had a great tour around the islands with the head arborist, tree controller or tree man or whoever, whatever you call his position there, and council officers, and was pleased to see the work that was done there. The other component that councillors should be aware of that's also operating in parallel is the tree management in regards to bushfire risks, and particularly on the islands. And I know Mike Tate is all over that, and there we're looking at canopy coverage over roads and the risk of spreading. The third component, of course, is the first two about getting rid of trees. The other component is about keeping some of the trees, and we've touched on this before, and I'm also working with Bird Queensland and have had some discussions with council officers about identifying habitat and raptor trees and what we might be able to do for the preservation of those trees that are not on rural blocks, so they're not covered by the environmental overlays. So that's just for information.
Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. My question was similar to Councillor Hughes, to say you've answered it, but I'll take the opportunity to thank you, and I do find it funny. I haven't caught you out yet when I've rung up about a tree that 10 years of history on it. Your knowledge is amazing, but also your whole crew, when they go out and talk to residents, it pacifies them, and I do get a lot of good feedback back as well. So maybe you don't hear that all the time. So I just took the opportunity to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. Through you, Chair David. I was really interested in the data capture in that forestry and able just to bring that a bit more to light. It's not just about power lines, I'm sure, but what else goes into that? Sorry. What are the use of forestry? I love the fact there's data being captured cloud-based around our trees, but what other things might that inform, just to bring it to life a bit? Thanks.
Councillor Mitchell. Yeah, so forestry is, there's a few cities in Australia, Adelaide and City of Marion use it. It's a very good, it basically captures trees, all the data, so you can capture the height, you take photos, the location, you can put a full record of any maintenance, you can value the tree, so you can put a value on the tree. which is very handy when decision making, particularly when we're looking at removing trees. You can put the tree protection zone there, so when we give it to our engineers to design footpaths, we can make sure that the root systems don't get impacted, so they don't, fall over down the track. But it also, you can collect all the data on like the species, the size. So for example, we could have a program that if we just wanted to manage all the eucalypt trees, for example, we would know all of them in the city, we'd know the size of them, and we could put a maintenance program together and then come back in 5 years' time and then run out that same program. So very good for programming works. But what's really interesting about it is it's outward facing, so the community can actually log on to forestry. So down in the city of Marion, you can log on to the tree outside your property, and you click on it, and it'll tell you all about the tree, the pruning history, and the cost, the value. So you can really self-serve. So that's what's quite exciting in this space. So one of our thoughts is we could get residents, when they ring up about a tree, to raise a tree request, we could actually get them to take a photo and just GPS capture where it is, and then straight away we've got a register of that tree, and then we can basically from desktop then do a bit more analysis. So there's a lot of benefits with forestry. It's a very good, it's one of the best tree databases ones out there, and it's recognised. It works quite well with our systems within council as well. So it talks to aesthetic and other systems. So I hope that sort of answers your question.
It does, and with some indulgence, just to follow up, and getting a little bit away from the risk of power and all the rest of it, but the risk to other infrastructure is that data feels that could be entered and captured in potential risk?
Yeah, 100%. So we could overlay the electrical network, we could overlay the footpath network, we could overlay the undergrounds, all the underground services. And then depending on the species, like we had the Melaleuca removal program, for example. So we knew where every Melaleuca is, and we do for a separate database. But for example, then we can overlay the water network, all the underground services, and say, okay, these trees potentially could cause damage down the track, and then put a plan in place to how do we remove or mitigate against potential. So yes, pretty much all asset classes it's a very exciting space.
Any other questions? I too want to add my thanks. It's an important piece of work, and for the team and all that you do, it's amazing. I really appreciate your analogue system during TCL for it of masking tape and paper as well. And you just kept going, and I know the community appreciates all the work you did wholeheartedly, because it was a massive undertaking and effort, and this piece of work is also so important to us. We had a lot of learnings out of that experience, so this hopefully will also provide some clarity and improve things for the future. So I want to thank you and the team very, very much.
Thanks, Madam, and I'll pass that on to the team as well. Thank you.
Councillor Colley, back to you. Would you like to sum up?
Just quickly, Chair, I just wanted to again reiterate that our team does a fantastic job, and we're actually leading the way with some of this stuff. Like I said, in extreme weather events, there will be some incidents that are unavoidable. I'm sure there's not been an extreme weather event anywhere in the world where there hasn't been some impact on people or property in residential areas. So great to see our team leading the way. They've also taken some learnings away that can build on and improve what we are already doing as a leading service delivery. So thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Bishop?
I just have a process question with regard to this next item 16.2 as to what is coming to us and what we will be referring to. If I could just seek some clarity on that.
Yeah.
And I note the email from the CEO giving us some information, but I'm just in terms of, which was at 11:04, just in terms of how that will be received in terms of the report and how we manage the agenda. Just
this is
what we're referring to.
So 16.2. This is the one that we were bringing back. To the table. So it's this. This is the motion in relation to. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my place too, because we don't have any material in relation to this one.
When I look at the screen now, I think that the question is answered. We're actually referring back to what was the notice of motion, which I think was 18.3 last time, which was the third one. So I think we're returning back, taking it off the table, and we're now putting that, and there's some substantive other information that we've had as workshop, but I'm just, want us to get clarity on how that relates to this, because what can that be made public?
Okay, just give us a second. We just need to, just to clarify. We want to take this opportunity. It's now nearly 1:30. Do you want to break for lunch now while that's being done? Well, we've got one.
Mayor, I note that some of the things in this list now have already been addressed since last council meeting. Okay.
So if the consensus is that no one wants to break now, that we're going to have to sit here and wait for clarification. Fit lunch? All right. Can I have moving to adjourn for lunch? Can I have a mover and seconder? So, for half an hour. Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Those in favour? It's Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, myself. Those against? Councillor Golley, Councillor Talty and Councillor Bishop. Noting Councillor Mackenzie has left the room, the motion is carried. We're adjourning for 30 minutes. Time is 1:30. we're all ready to resume, so I'll just need a mover and seconder to resume the meeting. Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. So we now move to agenda item, which was 9.6, and it's now been moved to 16.2 from earlier in the day. And as I said, we took some time beforehand to discuss the procedural nature of this. So, Councillor Rendles, as the mover of the motion, the original motion, and seconded by Councillor Tolte, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief, given the amount of matters we still need to go through. That in bringing this motion to the last meeting of council, the essential problem we had was we had drainage issues for 3 watercourses in Redland Bay: Serpentine Creek, Wynham Creek, and the Pitt Street wetlands. And basically, the motion asked for a clarification of a framework and a time frame for addressing those issues. Underlying this was the experience of local residents of floodwaters that were significantly higher, much higher than the original modelling that was done, and some site inspections that have been undertaken, both myself separately and some of the officers that have identified some blockages. Subsequent to that motion, works have been done. There has been works done on the Pitt Street wetlands, and I'll read a feedback from a resident from that. Serpentine Creek's been looked at, and we need to look at it a little bit more to look at I guess that issue between what is natural environmental issues and what is environmental issues compounded by flood debris. Wynham Creek, some flood modelling has been released, which I disagree with, based on the last 2 big rain events, but has primarily identified that there would be a need to expand the size of the culvert. So I think I've spoken with council officers, and I'll be in a position to bring a report back to March, hopefully tying this off and noting if earlier that's possible. I received this email on the 21st of October in relation to the Pitt Street wetlands. Hi Shane, thank you and council for your efforts. We've had a maintenance crew have cleaned the bridge for painting and removed some of the dirt build up restricting water flow. I was told they were also removing sandbags that were left behind against stormwater pipes from 3 years ago when the from the collection tanks was pumped out. Council also advised they'd clean up the surrounding area of the stormwater outlet from the road of overhanging trees, and that on the eastern side of, is it Hamilton Street, that I was told the mangroves have been allowed to grow in a stormwater channel, and that we'll be looking at those. That they have noted that council has now done far more than they have done previously. So that's a good outcome from residents, and it's a good outcome from council officers. So I'm happy in putting this motion to you with an extended response date to note that council officers will continue the good work that they're doing, and that we will either have it tidied up and finalised by that point, which will either have some works that may need to be done on a short-term or a longer-term basis. And I've also spoken to officers about supplementing that with some public consultations on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Any speakers against? Questions? Yep.
Yes, thank you. And just following the trajectory of this, and appreciate this is before us, we have had a workshop that touched on some of these, and my first question to Councillor Rendles through the chair, if I may, is have you had a chance to see that workshop?
Yes, I have. And the issue with the flood mapping there that they've been done in terms of particularly around Wynham Creek, that it is clearly not what was experienced after the cyclone and also the rain event before that. So we have a disjoint between the flood modelling and the experience of residents that's supported by videos.
Okay, well, I suppose then a further question, because it asked for a report back to the general meeting in the 18th of March. What would be different that's expected substantively, that, because I'm not sure anything's referred to here, further? Have you discussed with officers what that would be, and should we make any reflection of that in this resolution or motion through the chair?
I'm happy to comment on it, and then perhaps through the chair we could ask the officers to comment as well. But I expect that what we would see that is different is that the issues with the Pitt Street wetlands seem to have been identified. Some of the more pressing ones that were shown in the photographs of, debris up under the creek causing blockages have been cleared. I think in terms of Wynham Creek, there'll probably be a little bit more consideration about the balance between the requirement for increased stormwater size under the road vis-a-vis on the other side, because the blockages are still occurring. Even with water flowing over the road, it's not clearing. And I think with Serpentine Creek, it will be more of some sort of judgment about what is the natural environmental level of water retention, on the upstream from the mangrove areas, and what is the level of water retention there that is a result of flood debris accumulating in that area, indicating a course of action.
Thank you. I appreciate your views, but we had a discussion with officers the other day, and they advised that where they could, they've taken action, and where they found there was an impasse based on the report that was given to them, there is nothing further that can be done. I'm not quite sure what this report is going to seek additional, and I think this is the moment to be clear about that. And the other thing I would add as a request also is that when we had this previous discussion, we were talking about how this relates to other citywide priorities, because there are many others. And one of those considerations was, how is this going to relate? Because I think officers are looking at triaging the ranking order of where they can make a difference. So I want to ask, is that something that's going to be considered as well? Because if there's further work that's going to be done, it's a question really to officers. Are you clear what extra work needs to be done? And is there any clarity in this motion about how it would relate to work across the priorities of the rest of the similar water bodies in the city, or water courses? They're two important questions, I think.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Councillor. I think we're clear about what we will do. In my mind, the report that we would bring back would provide options, and they're ahead of us. I think, as per the briefing, you heard some of those options might be possible, but require a lot of other approvals from other levels of government to occur. They're not things that we can necessarily jump in and do. Some of them might require some animal species to move on before they were possible for us to undertake that clearing. So I think what we would document is a suite of options that are possible to undertake in each of these instances without necessarily committing to be able to a time frame that we can do those works for, because that would be subject to a range of other factors, but we can document those. Indeed, some of them will be subject to budgetary considerations, noting, as the councillor referenced, at this stage the engineering advice is that the flooding on one of those is caused by the size of the culverts. To remedy that, that would be a very, very significant capital project, which is not currently on our plans and horizon. But again, like everything, doesn't mean that it can't be added to it. But at the moment, it's not part of our capital plan to do that. So what I'm envisaging that we would bring back as a report that would document a range of works and options that could be undertaken in these locations for council to then consider what you might like us to proceed with, what you're happy for us to progress with, but note that it may not be possible for periods of time, and then what you might not want us to do. In terms of the second part of the question, I think we absolutely would need to balance that across the rest of the city, because I think, as officers said when we were undertaking the briefing, we prioritise intervention works where we know we have flooding occurring to people's dwellings and we have evidence of that. At this stage, and it may differ to the local experience and evidence, the engineering advice and reports are that the inundation is not affecting people's dwellings. It may be impacting their yards and properties, but that's very common across the city in a lot of locations, and we certainly aren't in a position as an organisation to go and remedy every single situation where we have flood water entering people's yards as opposed to their dwellings, and that's where we would prioritise that. So, but we're always happy to take evidence if there's something first-hand evidence that conflicts with our theoretical modelling, then we can certainly take that under advice. But
with all due respect to Divisional Councillor, good on you for getting this work done, and good on officers for doing robust assessment and giving us an initial update. To the last point, after some of the recent flooding events that we've had, there has been a base reset to above habitable floor height. This seems to be a further continuation down a path of looking at some of those anomalies that aren't quite that threshold. I'm just a bit concerned if we are expecting extra work to be done, just how we're going to bracket that and manage it across both the organisation in terms of capacity and in terms of future cost. I would like to get some further clarity on how we're going to manage that, because I think there are other places that are probably equally, if not more, necessary, requiring this sort of assessment to be done. And I'm not quite sure what we will learn from this. I'm happy to support an officer report coming back. Do you think, officers, that there will be a significant cost associated or further significant cost, or can it all be managed efficiently and effectively, time and money?
So thank you, Councillor. We've already commissioned the one where we thought there needed to be an independent flood hydrology assessment. The others are less about hydraulics and probably more around environmental and or works considerations. I think, as you saw from the workshop, one of those is proposed to be an engineered solution to remove what is currently a more natural environment. So all of these things are just capital programs or operational elements. So I don't think there's any additional cost. We've incurred the cost to date to outsource a hydraulic study for one of those locations. There would be additional costs if the councillor provides some different views or evidence that perhaps we need to go and recommission that work. But I think
I would like us as a cohort to have clarity around how we rank these, because I appreciate you getting in there and having a motion, which was at short notice back then, but I just think we need to find a way of doing this equitably across the city to manage the overall issue for everyone in a most efficient manner possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? Councillor Baglari?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Councillor Bishop, because we all in the workshop mentioned places in our divisions. So I just wanted to ask, by going forward with this, are we hopping forward? Are these ones hopping forward, taking precedent, or are our other areas still going to be addressed?
So thank you, Councillor.
In the priority that they should be.
So the workshop articulated a range of clearing works that we've undertaken in these sites, and it might appear by the fact that we've shone a light on these three sites that they would have been promoted or elevated or given priority, but that's not the case. We undertake regular works right across the city. It's just that someone's asked us about these specific sites. So we are, in our normal operating budgets, undertaking clearing works and works within
Same programs.
our teams. Yeah, that's across the city. But I guess, and the team are aware of these, so we've probably done a little bit of investigation on these because they were put to us, but certainly in terms of the operating, clearing and maintenance tasks that were articulated the other day, we do that across the city. We certainly haven't hyper or progressed these, prioritised these as a result of the notice of motion.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Golley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to officers, could this also include works at Beveridge Road at all, or is this going to be a little bit? Is Beveridge Road a little bit more complex, I suppose?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Mayor. I mean, it would ultimately be your decision as to what sites you ask officers to investigate. I think, as briefed the other day, it is a little bit different, the Beveridge Road one. Fundamentally, we know the solution there. It is one of acquiring land to remedy, I guess, what was an existing drainage line that's been filled in by a resident, which has now caused a nuisance hazard to a lot of other residents. So we would do that through legal channels to create a drainage channel. So we know what we have to do there, but we could by all means provide a report back to document, step by step what actions we will take if that was something that council wanted us to do. But we know what we need to do.
I guess because Beveridge Road is actually being cut by floodwaters, and then you've got the inundation into private property into a home. I would expect that the complexity around that particular matter, over and above the legal side of it, there would be a matter of urgency given the fact that the road's being cut.
We do have, again, thank you, Councillor, that work is underway. We have plans and budget in place to undertake the acquisition for the easement and then capital planning. So I think there's a piece of work underway. Unfortunately, it just takes time for us to obtain an easement through somebody's property because they have to consent to it, or if they don't, then we'll have to go through a compulsory process to that, and then we'll do the capital work. So I'm confident that our solution to Beveridge Road will be done as expeditiously as we can physically get it done within the legal and process constraints.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Any further questions? All right, back to, sorry, Councillor Buckley? No?
Voting on today then, back to the same motion,
on
just
the
with the
screen.
change date.
Yes. Councillor Rendles, over to you.
No more questions. Again, the motion's there as before you. Essentially, it's about bringing a report back on those three waterways. That we've talked about some of the issues around it. I am totally cognizant that resourcing across the city needs to be done on a priority across the city. This is not about resourcing, this is about addressing and identifying the issue to see what resources are required. I think as a divisional councillor, particularly a divisional councillor from the south of the city, it is very, very frustrating trying to get some of these issues looked at. Often they will be picked up, 99% of the time they'll be picked up through a simple councillor request and raises the issue because council may not be aware of it and they address it. But some of these ones that are festering for an extensive period of time, it's why it was brought. It wasn't brought as a urgent motion. It was brought, with all the due notice for the council as required. There was the opportunity for discussions around it, and indeed we've had a workshop on it before considering it here. And all that we're proposing is that at the end of the day, there will report that will come back to the community, that they'll be able to see what has been done, what can be done, and what may be done with the resources that are available within an achievable time frame. So there's no commitment of resources to it in this motion itself.
Now put the motion, those in favour? So that's unanimous. There we go. 15.2. Pardon? Yeah. All right. So just going back to where I was. So agenda item number 17, notice of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. There are no notices of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Number 18, notices of motion. There are no notices of motion from councillors. Agenda item number 19, urgent business. There are no, councillors, I don't believe there are any matters of urgent business this month. So we're now at our agenda item number 20, which is confidential items. So it's going at the beginning of this. So we'll go through all of these and then indicate whether they need to go into confidential or not. So 15.2.
Just a clarification on that. Should we not discuss the motion in public session, the bit that we can discuss, and then go into confidential, just so that it's...
I think we had the motion before.
Okay, okay.
And then there was a resolution to...
Oh, sorry, yes, it was 15.2 that went before confidential. My mistake, sorry.
It's okay. All right, so I'll go through these in order with the preamble that we now have to satisfy the department and doing process appropriately. Agenda item number 20, confidential items. We're now moving into the confidential portion of our agenda in accordance with section 254J of Local Government Regulation 2012 to discuss the matters listed in the agenda. We must move into closed session. There are 5 items, confidential items on the agenda. Councillors, I will run through the confidential items and ask you to please raise your hand if you wish to discuss that particular item in closed session. I'll then go back and call for movers and seconders for those items identified. So at the top of the list we have agenda item number 15.2, which is the Redlands Eco Precinct. Is there a need to take that one into confidential? Thank you. Agenda item number 20.1, which is a confidential contract matter. Need to take that into confidential? Thank you. Agenda item 20.2, disposal of land Thornlands. Does there a need to take that one into confidential? Question? Okay. 20.3, disposal of land Russell Island. Non-confidential. Okay, so that's a yes then. 20.4, potential property disposals at Capalaba. Any questions in relation to that one? So we don't have to take that one into... Oh, sorry, there is? Okay. All right, so then we'll go through the process. We'll go through the process of each agenda item listed because we now have to vote to take them through confidential individually. So in relation to 15.2, Redlands Eco Precinct, can I have a mover that item 15.2, Redlands Eco Precinct, planning update and delivery outlook be discussed in closed session as this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Mover, sorry, I didn't see whose hand went up first then. Councillor, pardon? Okay, Councillor Mackenzie. Seconded by, no, it's procedural. So, seconded by Councillor Tolty. Okay. Those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Colley, the motion is carried. So agenda item 20.1, which is the confidential contract matter. Can I have a mover that item 20.1, confidential contract matter, be discussed in closed session to determine the remuneration review process of the confidential contract and industrial matter. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, so section 3B and G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter and an industrial matter affecting employees involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. So mover, Councillor Boglari, seconder, Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Agenda item 20.2, disposal of land Thornlands. Can I have a mover that the... Oh, sorry, this will take me a while to go through this preamble again. Can I have a mover that item 20.2, disposal of land Thornlands, be to declare that land is surplus to council requirements and dispose of the land in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012 be discussed in closed session. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Baglari, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Those in favour? Those in carried unanimously. 20.3, disposal of land, Russell Island. Can I have a mover that item 20.3, disposal of land, Russell Island, to declare that land is surplus to council requirements and dispose of the land in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012 be discussed in closed session. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Randall, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Agenda item number 20.4. I'll need a glass of water at the end of this. Can I have a mover that item 20.4, disposal of land Capalaba, be discussed in closed session in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012 to provide an update regarding the disposal of two properties previously confirmed as surplus to council requirements. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, can I have a mover and seconder to move into closed session, confidential session? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillor Rendles, can I have an indication of hands? Thank you. Carried unanimously. We all good? Yeah. Thank you. All right, everyone, we are back. I'll just need a mover and seconder to move, resume standing orders. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Let's put the motion. Those in favour?
It's to resume open session.
Resume open session. Those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, we've got 15.2 up on the screen. It's been amended. Councillor Mackenzie, you moving it? Seconded by...
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move the amended motion that's on the screen. Thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak to the motion?
I'll just read out the motion, given that it was actually an open session one. So we have changed it, and this is in relation to the Eco Precinct and the RSPCA Wildlife Hospital. So this resolves as follows: to note the advanced conceptual status, delivery outlook and interrelated progression dependencies of the projects comprising the Redlands Coast Eco Precinct. 2, to note the updated nominal capital budget estimates as detailed in confidential attachment 6 to support the delivery of the Redlands Coast Eco Precinct, in addition to identified project management resourcing for consideration through Council's normal budget process. 3, to note that future consideration may be given to a potential waiver of any infrastructure charges that might apply associated with the RSPCA Wildlife Hospital, subject to the delivery of the educational facilities forming part of the publicly accessible community infrastructure network. Approval of any waiver would be subject to further council decision. 4, that a detailed design brief will be returned to council for endorsement before it is released to market. And 5, attachments 2 and 6 remain confidential, subject to maintaining the confidentiality of legally privileged private and commercial in confidence information.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? No, it's come out of confidential. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 20.1. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? I put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 20.2, disposal of land, Thornlands. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Talty. Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Disposal of land, Russell Island, moved by Councillor Rendles, seconded by Councillor Colley. Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 20.4, disposal of land, Capalaba, moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Put the motion. Those in favour?
Excuse me, sorry.
There's an alternate motion? Okay. All right. So because we didn't have it up at the screen, that's all right. So there's the motion up on the screen now. We've got a mover and seconder. I put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. So that concludes today's meeting. Councillors, please ensure your attendance sheet has been logged in diligent boards. And I now declare the meeting closed at 4:37 p.m. Wednesday, the 12th of November 2025.